Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Roger Houston, we got it from here. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another live stream of Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good to see everybody tonight. Don't have a whole lot coming in right now. It looks like we've got 8. Let me start up over here on the Rumble side. Rumble side sounds like a way to kill people on Rumble, doesn't it? All right, just a moment here. I have to find my channel. It's somewhere on here. Oh, there I am. Well, why won't it let me go to it? Go to my channel, you bastard. Maybe I have to refresh. Anyway, as people are... There we go. Now we got it. And I got Mindy. Hello, Mindy, over in the Rumble side. There we say, hey, Mindy, hi. For some reason, the chat in this doesn't work through StreamYards. I might start using using OBS or something where I can do like Vince, the honest composer. He has them all come up on his thing all at one time. So that's kind of neat. So we've got, there's Keith Maskell's here, Plowboy 6756. Christos is here as well. Good to see everybody so far. What we kind of want to look at tonight, what I'm finding phenomenal, and I'm going to make this prediction, by the end of 2024, I believe that the tipping point will have already occurred. I truly believe that by 2024, what is going on this screen? Huh. I guess that's on there. It must be part of the green screen thing. Anyway, because it's showing up over here. Maybe it's on my lens. That's possible too. Anyway, it's not that big of a deal. Anyway, so we were kind of talking about how we are, the deception is melting away. I see that a big part of that occurring is when people come to the true earth and realize that they've been lied to. And if of something that great a magnitude they were able to be deceived upon, then, the rest of it starts to fall apart as well. The trust is gone. We're seeing through all the lies. We're seeing through all the deceptions on the geopolitical scale, on the basic information scale of how we receive so much garbage. And due to a deception through perception of the people that give us these bits of information, we just go on our happy little way that, oh, somebody else already figured this shit out for me. Somebody else is already taking care of that. Well, when you start to take a look at the books, then you start to see some real deception. This was a real interesting thing I ran across here. I want to put this on and share this with all of you. Okay, so what's going on here? I guess it's supposed to do that. Huh. Okay. Anyway.
Why would they do this? Why are they trying to hide the fact that we are on an infinite plane or on a flat Earth rather than a ball? Well, if you isolate people into the idea that they're on a blue marble that's in the middle of a universe that is really insignificant, and there's thousands of millions and billions of other worlds and possibly other civilizations, that makes most people think that we are insignificant and that we did actually come about as some sort of an accident. Now, when people believe that, their minds are much more malleable into being given the idea that there is no God, there is no creator. And because of that, that also gives the controllers this fertile soil to build other deceptions on.
I just thought that was it's pretty fundamental as to actually, how this entire thing really works. Let me see, what did I do with that? Here it is. So we've got some of these deceptions. These are some of the things that I really like to look at is, I ask people, why do you believe that the Earth is a globe? You've heard me ask people that, and it's like, when you really pin them down on that, it's
when
hard.
Confronted with the demonstrable evidence for our level Earth plane, one of the most common and frequently asked questions is, why would anyone lie about the shape of the Earth? Why would there be a worldwide conspiracy to hide the true dimensions of our home? What would be the point of hiding our level Earth to begin with? Many who ask this question haven't actually researched the subject and understand that those who aren't directly involved in the lie cannot fully comprehend the motives of those who are. Therefore, the often repeated phrase, why would they lie, is more a cynical defense mechanism than a genuine question. So we cannot definitively answer the question of motive, but we can attempt to deduce and guess what it may be. Government space agencies are freely receiving trillions in currency over the decades to produce little more than rockets that end up in the ocean and CGI cartoons on television. Maintaining the illusion is comparatively cheap, so rather than being some unrealistically expensive enterprise, it is actually an incredibly lucrative and profitable scam. Besides being a productive moneymaker, the notion of outer space, along with the belief in a globe Earth and the Big Bang Theory, has fostered a nihilistic, materialistic worldview that rejects the idea of intelligent design and replaces it with the concept of random, chaotic coincidence. Instead of intentional design by a purposeful creator for humans and the Earth, we are taught that everything came into existence by accident and for no reason. Through indoctrination into this anti-spiritual religion, believers lose connection with anything beyond the material world and become selfish, compliant consumers. This then sets the stage for further manipulations as people deceived and disconnected from their true foundations can be led anywhere Two places we are clearly not being led by this globe deception, however, are Antarctica and the North Pole. These two locations hold inherent significance in the level Earth model of the cosmos, as Antarctica is the elevated outer rim that encompasses and extends around all the other continents, while the North Pole is the center point of the world, where all compasses point and directly below Polaris, the only stationary star in the sky. Interestingly, ancient world maps from before the globe deception took hold depict additional lands in both regions. Since then, however, these locations have completely disappeared from all modern maps. By turning Earth into a ball, these potential extra lands, resources, and civilizations have been conceptually erased from the minds of the masses, as there is literally nowhere left for them to exist. In summation, the globe lie is the biggest and most fundamental deception imaginable. It uproots humanity from the foundational truth of our level Earth, and sends them spinning out of control in a vast, unintelligent universe. Scientism has become a new world religion, and the masses now follow blindly towards whatever future is manufactured for them.
It's like I've said several times before that if you want to look at how it works, God and the devil, or God and the shaitan, or better yet, the higher consciousness versus the ego. And by keeping you immersed into the ego at the expense of the spirit, you understand? This is an immersive experience, but you can't just go all in. In other words, you have to realize that there's more to it all than just this in this earthly realm. And by keeping you focused on the material aspect of existence, it is at the expense of the spirit. And this is, I think, exemplified greatly in the parable where Satan takes Jesus up onto the mountain and shows him all the kingdoms of the earth and says, "I'll give you all of this." And he said, "My kingdom is not of this world." He rejected it. And what did he mean by that? Because he knows that within this limited timescape that we seem to be experiencing, that everything is finite and that this is all just, it doesn't matter. This is just an experience. Whereas it'd be like you going all in on a dream instead of what your real life is when you wake up, if you can kind of imagine that. And that's the kind of the way I look at it myself, is that it's you have to balance it out. Of course, you need various worldly things in order to be able to survive. That's absolute. However, you always want what you need, but you do not always need what you want. And our world seems to be developed around getting you to think that you need the things that you want, to the point of putting yourself in peril, not just spiritually, but even financially. People will go ape shit using a credit card, or even like the old joke with the checkbook. What do you mean I'm out of checks? What do you mean I'm out of money? I still got checks in this book, yeah, no, not right. You gotta, there's more to it, as I've said. And hopefully a lot of you have realized that. I think this one, real quick, while I try to see if those little specks are on my camera or not, I'm going to play this for you real quick. This is pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of long for right now. I'll save that one for later, I think. I will save that one for later. This I liked. I love it when people come up with some common sense shit. What is the M-ball globe demonstration? What are you even talking about? I don't understand what you're talking about.
The sun may be older than...
Are you still trying to push that silly, ridiculous ball on people and make them think that that's where they live because you think that's where you live? I mean, it really is quite clearly ridiculous. Show spherosity as well as prove to me that gravity can prevent equalization of a pressurized gas. Then we can talk about your magic space ball. But without that, you have nothing. There's no space. There's no planets. There's no gas. There's none of that shit. Oh, I must not have gotten to it. I don't know what you... I'll have to go back and look at it. I've been pretty busy. Anyway.
The sun may be older than the earth, but the water we drink on earth is older than the sun.
Here's another example of shit that they have no idea. No idea. But they call it facts. I believe this shit for 49 years. And I can't even begin to fathom how. With the way my brain works, how I ever thought that they could possibly know that water is older than the sun, which is older than the earth. How could they possibly fucking know that? I mean, just use a little common sense, just a little bit, and say the earth had to be here before water, because water couldn't exist on earth if earth wasn't here. Then that leads me to the question, how did the water get here? Just magically float through this space and go through our atmosphere and land on earth? Come on, guys. Last question. I got one more question. How the fuck can you measure how old the sun is? I mean, really. Stop assuming this stuff, man. Start using this little fucking thing you got called a brain.
Exactly. No, I'll have to go back. Hey, burn the corporate fictions here. So this is where we're at, M-Ball. This is really right where we're at with this. I've decided that I don't have to prove the obvious. The ridiculous claim of the globe needs to be proven. Okay. Jump through whatever hoops you have to. But like I said before, you need to prove convexity as well as a gas pressure system being held contained by gravity. Until those two things are met, there's no such thing as balls of gas in space. There's no such things as balls of dust that gather together. Where is that ridiculous shit thing that I found? Hold on. I got to find this. Because you have to believe this in order to believe the ball. You really do. And this is just the most ridiculous thing you could ever see. Is this it? Yes. All right. So this is what they say was the formation of Earth. Okay. Get ready. You're going to love this shit. Oh, this is a new thing for how the moon come in, I think. Oh, look, it hit little bits of water that gathered up on it. See, it's that simple. Doesn't that make sense? Doesn't that make sense? How come on, man. That's what they want us to. That's what they try to keep you to. I don't know. I'm just I'm at a loss when it comes to that. It's like that is just dumb. Okay, that's just that just on its face is dumb. And like I said, there's another thing I've got too. Let me grab that thing. We'll watch it in just a minute. I just put the It was a NASA live feed. Ryan, that's what that was. God, goddamn conspiracy theorist. So I gotta put that up there, and then I gotta go over here. Oh, I see we got yes, Mindy is still over here, and maybe Mindy might want to come up. I'm gonna put that in the chat over there, and now everybody's good to go. Everybody's good to go. So what do we got? Let's see. What is wrong with the truth of the creation of the earth? I know. It's just it's almost like if people say, well, that sounds so ridiculous. They want that to sound ridiculous to you. But if you step outside of the box, there's a clue. You step outside of the box for a minute and actually take a look at what's going on. What you actually believe is ridiculous. What they've told you is reality, is anything but reality. It is on its face ridiculous. Because I mean, to think about that, you have a ball of spinning water with bits of land on it. I mean, has anybody ever experienced a tire that's out of balance? Okay. What happens? It wobbles, doesn't it? It wobbles. And as you can see, in no way, shape, or form is there on this globe any type of balance to either the water or the land masses that are on there. Okay. So what is preventing this thing from just shaking completely apart? This crap about, oh, it's only 15 degrees every hour of rotation for the Earth's spin. Motherfucker, it's still faster than the speed of sound. Okay. There's no getting away from that. That's just all there is to that one. There's no getting away from it. That's still faster than the speed of sound. In other words, when you're watching a sunset on a placid lake, sitting there on a blanket with your dog and your wife or your boyfriend or whoever you got with you, and it's all peaceful, and you're watching that sun set into the horizon, you have to believe that you're traveling backwards faster than the speed of sound. Do you realize how fucking ridiculous that is? I got another one on those stupid movements too. Is this the one? That's the 8:15. Wait. I got this thing in here. I gotta find it for you. This was a good one because it really cuts into. Oh yeah, here's the other big problem that we have here. Okay, and this goes right into what I was talking about right here just a minute ago. All right.
Still beggars belief that some people still claim that gravity is a force, and that force is the reason why we have gas pressure here on Earth and why the gas is not dispersing into the vacuum of space according to the second law of thermodynamics, and an increase in entropy. You do realise that you are claiming a decrease in entropy, which is a violation of that law. And I will also remind you that gravity hasn't been thought of as a force for over 108 years. How many of your scientific priests would you like me to quote? Professor Brian Cox, for example. Gravity isn't a force. Neil deGrasse Tyson, we don't know what gravity is. Professor George Musa, gravity isn't a force, but you can think of it as a force. What have you decided not to remember Einstein and the bending and warping of space-time, which was the gravitational idea that superseded the Newtonian idea over 108 years ago? You do understand this, right? This is not a force. I will remind you, of course, that you do not have a scientific experiment that proves gravity is the cause of anything, and you most definitely, even if I was to give you gravity, do not have the observation of gravity acting on gas. You can't beg the question. You can't assert that out there is a space vacuum in an open system where we have a gas pressure without something to press upon, and that is not following the second law of thermodynamics and that direction of entropy, which requires the high pressure system to disperse into the lower pressure environment. So keep saying gravity is a force. Everybody in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, and I guarantee you, every single flat earther here on Earth, and I'll also guarantee you your own pseudo-scientific priests will not agree with you. So you can die on that hill as much as you want, but no one's going to come and save you. Gravity isn't a force. It's also not the bending and warping of space-time. But I will remind you, it's most definitely not defeating entropy, because you're claiming they decrease. You can't have an entropy decrease, you fools. Anyway, I've been the Flat Earth Jedi, and you can join me and the rest of my colleagues on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Link will be in the comments.
Yeah. So that's the thing I've always said too, is that with that, you know, even though it is only 15 degrees an hour, it's a lot of shit traveling it still faster than, you know, 1,000 miles an hour. You're going to have a centrifugal force that occurs with that. The second thing I have a problem with is just the impossibility of space in itself, as described. We're told that like Jupiter is a gas planet. It's a gas giant. How did gas form together in a vacuum? How did that ever even occur? How could that possibly ever occur? Bottom line is that it couldn't. It's impossible. So Jehovah's Daughter says, these notifications, I'm out of balance, slipped and fell out of my shower. Luckily, only bruised. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're okay. Good gravy. That sucks. I know when you get older, it's a lot worse, because on the way down, you know, your whole mind, it's almost like it goes in slow motion, and your whole mind is, oh, fuck, I'm going to feel this. You know, it's like, you know, it's going to hurt. And you start trying to determine where it's going to hurt the worst at. I'm trying to find this thing with the gravity. Did I put it in here? That's the one. Let me see. What's this one? I can get some information on it. Oh, fuck it. We'll pull it up and see.
Why do you think?
Yeah, this ain't bad, and we can stop it a few times in between too. So let me see. Let me take a minute here to see who all has shown up in our show here tonight. We got Burn the Corporate Fictions here, Dreaming Linton, Escape the Chains, FE Nation, Jehovah's Daughter, and ZXL Master. But there's more than that. Probably people watching on their smart devices and just haven't. We've got Push Button 62 has shown up. That's good. That's good. Now I want to wait, because when I play this thing about gravity, it brings up all of this. How could these things have possibly formed together in space, given the idea of mass attracting mass, which is totally ridiculous. They ended up having to make up a lot of things, gravitons. Oh my word, it's just gravitons. They've had to make up all kinds of shit. I want to see if this shows up okay for you. Oh, I don't have it. Well, I do now. Why did I close that? Because I'm dumb. That's why. Anyway, check this out.
Why do things fall? Like everyone else, I was told as a child that no one had properly answered that question until an apple unfortunately fell on the brilliant head of Isaac Newton in the 17th century. The explanation is known all too well, given that it is repeatedly told to us from an early age. Why do things rise? I was not academically introduced to the man who answered that question until much later in life. His name was Archimedes, and he answered why things rise close to 300 years BC. The Archimedes principle is an extremely essential concept for more applications than you can imagine. The applications of this concept can range from estimating the composition of metal alloys to even lighter than air flight. A critical thinker should be perplexed by the fact that the answers to those two very similar questions are nearly 2,000 years apart. History seems to be the most unreliable of sources. I always found it very difficult to believe that the answer to those two very similar questions is not one and the same. I believe that Archimedes' work has been corrupted over the years, just like this work will inevitably be corrupted also. I believe Archimedes also answered the question of why things fall nearly 250 years BC, but most of his work has been lost or changed, probably during the burning of Alexandria. Regardless of whether or not he answered that question, the fact is I do in this video. I have successfully engineered the perfect answer to why things fall and rise, based largely on Archimedes' remaining works and my advanced understanding of physics, chemistry, and mathematics.
I remember in school an interesting story they told us about Archimedes when he made his discovery, that he was in the bathtub and he figured this all out about the buoyancy and density. And he went running into the streets yelling, "Eureka, Eureka," but he was naked from his bath. And we all thought that was rather funny as kids. What's happening, Nubs? So what do you think it is that makes things fall?
Up, man?
What do you think makes things fall?
Our perception.
Perception. That's an interesting answer.
Really, all this place is perception.
It is, but it is governed by rules and principles within the perception.
Well, rules are meant to be broken. That's why they're rules and not laws.
What I'm saying is there's certain principles within this reality that cannot be, they must be adhered to within this reality.
I agree for most people, but I think there's some people, and I don't think I'm one of them by any means. Like, I'm not saying I'm special or anything. I'm just your average fucking Joe, but I think there's some people that get it. And that means they actually get it.
Yeah, well, maybe. At least they think.
Well, I guess my thought behind this whole concept is, what's different between now and 1,000 years ago? Technology. The people are the same.
I think
we
the
love
people
who we
have
love.
I think the people have actually gotten more intellectually lazy with the technology. I think the technology has actually bred ignorance and almost like artificial retardation, upon the masses.
Just like the sword did when it was first introduced.
Right. Well, see, I even look at it myself. When I was a kid, I knew every one of my relatives and my friends' phone numbers by heart. I just knew their phone number, right? And
now it's 1 cent, 2 cents.
Yeah. Now it's like, what's their number? I lost my phone. Now I don't know how to call anybody at all. Fuck, And I mean, it's getting to that point. There's Tommy Tell the Truth, and Katie D is showing up here too. Good. The party's getting started. Well, let me play this along a little further and let's see what Mr. Dubé has to say about this.
I can confidently say that Sir Isaac Newton was so incredibly wrong on his answer to why things fall that I can only think of one word, and that is fraud. I hope that after watching this video, you can come to the same conclusion. Archimedes, when asked why things rise, he would simply answer, density. For that is the correct answer to that question. The Archimedes principle is that which governs the motion of helium balloons, hot air balloons, submarines, etc. The principle states that the upward force of an object immersed in a fluid is equal to that of the weight of the fluid it displaces. Simply put, if an object is less dense than the medium it is in, it will rise. The force at which it will rise is mathematically expressed as the following. For a fully submerged object, for example,
density is based off of pressure, though.
Object in air, the amount of volume the object displaces.
That pressure is caused by the displacement, though.
Right. But what I'm saying, though, is, like, for instance, hydrogen or like gases, when they're put under extreme pressure, they become a liquid as opposed to a gas. So it's based off of pressure or something along those lines, if that makes sense. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
So if we didn't have containment in our sphere,
Right.
that they like to claim it is. If we didn't have containment, water would not be water.
No. Because
and hydrogen would not be hydrogen because it would look to balance.
You can I had a rude awakening camping one time in a high elevation, and I got up and went to make coffee. Boy, that water was boiling good, but that coffee wouldn't fucking make for shit, man. I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. And it just tastes like wet water that had been in coffee beans is what, and I was like, what the fuck? That shit was cold as it was, you could stick your finger in it. It was just barely warm, I mean, but it was boiling because at that higher altitude. So this is what happens when you take water to a higher altitude. It will disperse to a gas. It will try to equalize with surrounding pressure. Absolutely. Same reason that liquid propane goes to a gaseous state as soon as it's exposed to the outer pressure. Yeah.
So is gravity then in turn not gravity but pressure?
It's not anything. That's in this video.
The force that they claim is gravity. Obviously, I personally understand it's bullshit. But what I'm saying though is buoyancy and density make more sense than gravity, because gravity is a theory and buoyancy and density, density based off of pressure. Not any other thing else, but based off of sheer pressure, it changes the density of or even the viscosity of the fluid, because it changes to a fluid as opposed to a gas.
Well, it goes both ways. It absolutely goes both ways.
That's true. That's true. The higher you get, the further.
When you increase the pressure, what you're doing is you're pushing all the molecules of that gas or whatever's within there. You're condensing it. You're condensing it down, condensation, just like that. So the more pressure, it will go to a liquid state, because the liquid state of anything is the compression of its molecules together. Whereas in the gaseous state is the expansion away from. But see, we look at things like
that right there, what you just said disproves gravity right there.
Well, even mass attracting mass. You have a rubber balloon, for instance, and you fill it with helium. Now you have this mass, right? Yet it seamlessly floats away from the mass of the Earth. Whereas if it's actually mass attracting mass, that should be pulling it down, and it doesn't.
Well, in science experiments, it works, but in reality, it doesn't work. But we're trusting the science and we're trusting the experiments, not what we see in front of us. Come on now.
Right.
We all went to public school.
Yeah, that's probably the problem. I think most notably, that is the problem with much of today's world, is because everyone went through this fucked up brainwashing. And
it is the common denominator.
It is. It's when you fully accept it. Okay. When you fully accept it, and people, they go, oh, look I got these good grades. In other words, I'm a good test taker. And, very few are able to take that information and weave it into something cohesively constructive. It just becomes a memorization and regurgitation process at the expense of expanding your mind along the lines of thought within that paradigm.
I'll definitely trust the little kid that builds something outside of the box with Legos, as opposed to the same child that tests well.
Right. Exactly. Listen, the Lego movie is a great fucking example of that whole idea, that whole concept right there, of that whole concept.
Legos, honestly, for me, Legos were like, I look at life as a box of Legos.
Did you ever see the Lego? Did you see the Lego movie?
No.
Watch it.
No.
It's not just for kids. Trust me. It's not just for kids. This thing has it hits on some pretty deep levels if you watch. And the thing is in this world of president business, which I think is interesting, because Trump and president business doesn't like anything done outside of the instructions. He doesn't like any out of the box thinking. He wants everything to be a certain way in a certain order and everything.
Right.
Okay, well, his whole fucking plan is to use this device that's going to fix everything and make it in place. Okay. And what this whole thing, everything is by the directions, and even their little construction crew, they have the favorite song is "Everything is awesome, everything is great when you're part of a team." And this one guy, he feels like he's kind of left out, you know, and he becomes like the chosen one because he's shown how to freely think. And once he learns, and he meets these other free thinkers that they're able to like construct shit out of the Legos that nobody else thought of, you know, to get them out of a situation.
I used to do that. Yeah. Obviously, I wasn't getting out of a situation, but my brother was very instrumental in buying me Legos as a child. He was a little bit older than me and everything like that, but he would hand me a box of Legos. I would follow the instructions and build it. And as soon as I was done, I would take whatever it was and throw it so it would shatter into my Lego box.
Right.
Because once it was built once, I was done. The Legos were not meant for.
They definitely don't want you. And not to get off on the segue of that, but the thing is, they don't want you to think outside the box. And what I was getting at is, to be educated, to be learned is one thing. To be educated, in my world, this is what educated means to me. I took my brain out and I put it up on a shelf for like 12 years or more, and I let somebody fuck with it and make me retarded. Okay?
Yep.
Because despite all logic, if it doesn't fit in with the education that they received, it is met with instant rejection, instantaneous rejection without contemplation, which of course is the epitome of ignorance. So what is education actually makes people ignorant because they're unable to explore any other avenues of the various paradigms which they're looking into at any particular time, whether it be the socioeconomic, whether it be the cosmology of the earth, whether it be geopolitical. It's always from some kind of a skewed and one-sided angle that any thought outside of the box is met with resistance. You either take a left side or a right side. Anybody that's within that middle of that paradigm is going to be given shit. You see, that's what they can't handle. Anyway, listen to this a little longer.
Is equal to the volume of the object. V displacement equals V object. Also, floating objects are partially submerged, and therefore the resultant force is practically zero at floating rest. The previous explanation has been good enough for everybody so far, kids and academics alike. This explanation of why things rise being solely based on the density of the object, and the density of the medium it is in, has always been sufficient for everyone. Yet, when asked why things fall, Isaac Newton came up with a much more elaborate answer, one that required the assumption of the mass of the Earth and the creation of a constant which conveniently cannot be measured in a lab and can only be measured at the most massive of scales, the cosmic scale, rendering the constant as purely theoretical and impossible to measure on a repeatable laboratory scale as science has always demanded. In a way, Isaac Newton was a pioneer in turning science into the faith-based phenomenon that it is now. Newton was the first to come up with theories that necessitated having faith in him and could not simply be tested by anybody. It is a common misconception that Isaac Newton is credited with finding G equals 9.81 meters per second squared. The truth is, long before the times of Newton, people knew about the fall rate of objects. That is why the constant G is included on the formula for the Archimedes principle, which was a known concept thousands of years before Newton. Thanks to the knowledge of the fall rate of solid objects, which is easily observable, humans have been able to build infrastructure such as cathedrals, bridges, aqueducts, and other infrastructure for thousands of years. The study of static forces and dynamic forces is much older than the times of Isaac Newton. What Isaac Newton is truly credited with discovering is the reason as to why things fall, for which he came up with the most intricate and peculiar of explanations. He said that matter attracts matter, but only if matter is heavy enough to be significant. Basically, he said that unlike your everyday objects, the Earth is the only object big enough within our range to affect us in any noticeable manner. He invented, fabricated, and imagined the following equation and constant in much the same manner that J.K. Rowling dreamt up the wizarding world of Harry Potter.
There you go.
F equals G, m1, m2 over r squared. He quite literally manufactured the G constant and assumed the mass of the Earth, which still today is not proven, in order to get a G equals 9.81 meters per second squared equals G times the mass of the Earth over r squared, where r equals the radii of the Earth. This sort of science can only be compared to that of science fiction and fantasy writers. The truth is, the only factor which governs the vertical motion of matter is density. Both Newton and Archimedes think of mass wrongly, and not at all as it truly behaves in nature. We have often been taught to think of density as mass over volume. Although this is mathematically correct, the proper way to express the relationship between density, volume, and mass is the following. Expressing mass in this way, the truth becomes clearer, that mass is a variable dependent on the volume of an object. The true constant in an element or compound is density. Expressing mass in this way, the truth becomes clearer, that mass is a variable dependent on the volume of an object. The true constant in an element or compound is density.
So it goes right into like what we were talking about with the helium balloon, right? Because let's face it, they've got some balloons out there that are up in the sky right now that are as big as the fucking Astrodome in Houston.
I know, because I feel myself being sucked towards them.
Yeah, right. The gravity gets lighter. You people lose a couple pounds when it passes over them. That's what happens.
Well, what about all the places in the world that have like where balls roll uphill or shit like that? You know, like there's plenty of places where the magnetics don't fucking work.
Where's there?
Or they do work. They just don't work the same.
My grandfather was there at some place called Magnetic Hill. There's an old home movie someplace of him with his car putting it in neutral and it rolls uphill. Well, at least it appears to roll uphill. You know, there again, it's kind of an optical illusion. But
which gets back to what I was saying from the get-go. It's all about perspective.
Right. Exactly.
Ironic how that works. But honestly, I mean, if you think about it, like I was saying earlier, there's no difference between the people of today and the people of yesterday. I mean, obviously the technology has changed, but we use technology the same way. When they came up with a sword, it was, oh, it'll protect me. But then it was used to kill.
Yeah. Well, what was we watching the other night? We watched a movie, Fly Boys. And this is and it's okay. It was it's an adaptation of a 1923. I have a copy of the book. I read the book a long time ago, and it was called Falcons of France. And it talks about the Escadrille de Lafayette, which was kind of like a foreign legion of air corps that were fighting for the French. And you know, you got to figure this was 1917, 1916, 1917, right? How long had the airplane actually been around? Only a few years. And the first thing they learned to do with the fucking thing was how to destroy other human beings with it. That was
Have you ever been to Kitty Hawk?
You know, it's like, look, look, can you imagine the first time they discovered fire? You know, it's like, oh, cool. Here's some fire. I wonder if let's see if I can hurt people with it and shit. You know, it's like, God damn it, man.
Well, look at what the angels gave, or the fallen angels gave to the people. Things like makeup. Well, we would think makeup is just, oh, whatever. It's fucking stones that they put on their face. Just whatever. But it's false advertisement through and through.
It's deception. It's a form of deception.
Absolutely. It is a way to deceive a man. Right. Sound familiar?
Just like the filters. So all these filters. You see these broads that take their selfies all the time, and they don't look anything like that selfie in real life at all. You know?
Right.
And it's
or
like
the Spanx or any of those form-fitting, because it's not the form-fitting, it's form-making.
This is what I'd look like if I didn't look like me. Is basically what they're saying. This is what I'd look like if I wasn't look like me.
If I gave a shit, this is what I could look like.
Yeah, right. So anyway, check this out.
You know, it's amazing. They'll go spend thousands of dollars on makeup, but yet the collagen bin is still full.
Right.
You know, one of the things that I told my girlfriend when we first got together all those years ago is I was like, look, you can wear makeup if you want.
So do you know,
just won't be dating me.
I see people are talking about Barbie over here. Do you guys know why Barbie never gets pregnant?
Why?
Because Ken comes in a different box.
Of a 1 meter cubed.
You know the best part about Barbie, don't you?
You always start talking as soon as I start this thing.
My bad.
Go ahead.
My bad. Go ahead. So you know why Barbie is the better of the two dolls to get, don't you?
No, why?
Because when Barbie and Ken got a divorce, Barbie got half of her shit. So it's not just Barbie; you get Barbie and half of Ken's shit.
Well, you know what? I've been thrown out of fucking yard sales for putting Barbie and G.I. Joe into compromising positions in the boxes.
They're
in a box.
Rate its density over its volume and plot the mass as we go from the center of the sphere, which is at 0% volume integration, to the outer shell of the sphere, which is at 100% volume integration. Mass would be on the left axis, y-axis, and volume on the right axis, x-axis. Both would change, but the density of the object will be the slope of the curve and will remain constant if the sphere is made out of a uniform material. For example, assuming a 1 meter cubed water sphere, it would look a bit like the following graph. The slope would equal the density, which is the only thing that truly remains constant. Understanding this statement is crucial to fully understanding how matter behaves, mainly because how matter behaves in a vertical direction is solely dictated by the density value of the object and the density value of the medium it is in, nothing else. Density is the only value constant in every element or stable chemical compound, meaning under the same conditions, a single hydrogen molecule has the same density as a balloon holding 1,000,000 hydrogen molecules, but they do not have the same mass nor volume, yet they both rise in air. The law of matter. If the object is denser than the medium it is in, it will fall. If the object is less dense than the medium it is in, it will rise. In this video, I will prove without room for doubt that what we think of as the force of gravity and buoyancy force are actually one single force, a density force. Is the
Can you
name
pause that for a sec?
determines and dictate.
So something I just thought of with that is, I'm sure you've watched like gold panning and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. What he just said could be exemplified in gold panning, because where does the gold go? The gold is the heavier, so it goes to the bottom and gets stuck to the pan itself or the slick, whatever. But that's exactly what he's saying, because all of the other little stones are much lighter than that little flake of gold in comparison to size.
Yep. That's exactly right, man. We see it in every day. This is what I say. These ridiculous claims are the ones that have to be absolutely proven. of a ball spinning through space. I've got another one that goes on these motions that is just insane, you know, when you start thinking about it, because even this the way our solar system's arranged is at an angle coming. I mean, there's so many perpendicular and obtuse angles happening all at the same time through these revolutions of movement and orbit that there's just no fucking way.
Well, if you think about it, that the whole concept goes back to ancient times with ancient god worship. You know, I mean, you look at what the symbol for or the pose that Baphomet's in. He's doing the as above, so below. Well, that's the polar star.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, but if you don't know signs and symbols, you'll never understand that he's not I'm not saying he's good, but he's not necessarily bad. It's based off of perspective.
It's the vertical motion of any physical object at free fall. This force governs the vertical interaction between different forms of matter, and the direction of the force is solely dictated by the difference in density between the object and the surrounding medium. The resultant vertical force of an object at free fall is what I call the force of density, and is written as such. Resultant vertical, where V equals the volume of the object, G equals 9.81 meters per second squared, PM equals the density of the medium, and PO equals the density of the object. Equation 1 is not only mathematically true and applicable to real life, but also the direction is self-determinant.
Absolutely. A friend of mine tried to.
It's really true. It would be self-determining. You could read that either way.
Well, there's so much that contradicts the blatant ass assumptions that take place with this entire
sovereign. Just face it. The whole answer to everything, all the questions in the world, is gravity.
Gravity. Let's see, what am I getting at?
You are not understanding gravity of the situation. You're putting it into your perspective and changing the gravity.
Right. Well, gravity from gravitas, which means weight. That's pretty much it. You know, is this the one I was looking at? Hold on.
There is one level Earth question that is.
Oh yeah. This is pretty good too. But we'll play
That's
that.
interesting. Gravitas means weight.
Yeah.
And you think about what I just said, you're missing the gravity of the situation, the weight of the situation.
Right. So what is weight?
What is weight?
What is weight? It's the density of an object. The weight is how we measure the density of an object, is basically
right. It's the burden.
Right. Well, see, think about it. It's the weight of an object is basically it's basically its own density within a given medium, right?
Yeah, it would be the density of it would be what work would need to go into it in order to move it.
Well, right.
That would be the weight.
Right, exactly. So you could take like a 150 pound, 200 pound iron anvil, right? And put it into a tub of mercury and it will float.
And it floats.
Like a piece of styrofoam. In fact, it's almost it's all you can do to actually sink it down.
Right.
So Nubs, he said.
Speaking of sinking down, since Burn the Corporate Fiction is here, can you sink me down and have him next to you? Since I'm much less of a. Thank you.
There you go.
All praises.
Right on, man.
Shut up, Nubs. Anyway, it says the fluid that's displaced. You have to think about it. The pressure pushing upward, it makes perfect sense. The pressure pushing upward on the object is equivalent to the amount of mass of fluid that's displaced by the object being in that area.
Yep.
Does
that make sense?
Right.
I knew there was a reason that you you had to be above me.
I put it like this. Okay, so I was explaining this to a friend of mine's girlfriend. She was here the other day with him, and we were talking about this, and it was blowing her mind. And she goes, I don't understand. What do you mean by that? And I said, okay, so here in the air, like with air all around you, if you were to able to make a perfect sculpture of yourself with just as you are right now, out of air, the same size as you, the same everything, right? Which would weigh more, you or your statue? She says, well, me, of course. And I said, all right, now let's take that to a different place. I said, let's make a statue of you exactly like you out of water. Now, which weighs more, the water statue or you? And she goes, well, the water statue. I goes, right. That's why you float in water. I said, you understand? So if your density or your weight is less than the amount that you displace, you'll float. If it's more, then you'll sink. So if you think of the air as a super thin fluid, which it is, and behaves as a fluid, then you can understand this concept really quite simply. It really is not a difficult thing to grasp. That's where I go with that.
Well, I mean, that's what it is that it's basically, you have to understand there's pressure being put on. So it's sort of like this. You're a foreign object in that environment. You see what I'm saying? You're a foreign object in that environment. And the space that you're taking up that would otherwise be occupied by the incumbent medium, being water, say with a submarine underwater, right, is going to be pushing, right, that amount of pressure, the amount of pressure equivalent to the space that you take up is going to be pushing a vector upwards. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah,
the same
and that's
thing
what
could
it
be.
is. And so even occupying space, like my dad said, is that the air is not air like you would think it's there's
Right.
still it's a fluid. Like we breathe in a fluid. Everybody has to understand this. We breathe in a fluid. That's why the whole thing is underwater. If you really think about it, they talk about the Akashic records and the ether and stuff like that. It's all I mean, it's not water like the traditional person thinks about it, but it is water. It's water. It's ether. It's a very thin, almost imperceptible measurement of moisture. Think about it. So if you're in humid air, how does humidity happen? Right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's water, man. It's all water. Everything's water.
It'd be the same reason that you have to bleed a fish's gills when you catch it and it's out of the water for too long, because it absorbs something that's not traditionally found in, and it has to displace more water, but the fish can't displace more water because it's not designed to do that.
So right. ZXL said solid glass is also a fluid. That's true. It's known as a super cool fluid. This is why if you've ever had to change the panes in old windows, right, they'll start rattling, and they're loose at the top, and at the bottom they're fucking tight jammed in there. It's because they've run down into the bottom. They've actually run down over a period of time.
You'll actually be able to see the pane running down if the glass is old enough. Yes,
I grew up in a 150-year-old Victorian, and every single window needed to be replaced because they were half as thin on the top as they were on the bottom.
Who'd I lose? I lost
your son.
He'll be back. He better be back. He probably pushed a button the wrong way or something.
Yeah, but I remember that because I always thought it was weird because our windows looked like it was looking through water.
Yeah.
And then we replaced them, and I always asked my dad, like, because I never believed him that it was a liquid, and he'd always be like, it's a liquid, and I thought he was always trying to pull my chain.
Right. You were thinking it was as I did at first, as I thought that it was just like, primitive glass making techniques, but then turned around and never put a second thought into the piece of shit glass that Galileo was looking through, you know, with some leather tube with a couple of fucking handmade goddamn lenses in it.
Well, here's the thing about the globe model, right? So why did Einstein come up with the theory of relativity? Why did he do that?
Because he was part of the Catholic Church and they needed a reason to fool everybody.
Well, now, while that may be also true, and I'm not going to dispute that, but I am also going
it's not the Catholics today.
is because of this. Is because they could not, with their heliocentric model and all their mathematical calculations, they could not understand with it. So the Michelson-Morley experiment, right? Mm-hmm. That right there shredded them to pieces.
It did.
Okay, so they had to figure out why they cannot observably, with our 5 senses on this planet, even with tools to measure, right, and everything, right? So why can we not measure the motion? Why? We're motionless. That's the thing. They couldn't have. So literally, if you can look this up, anybody watching can look this up right now. Einstein literally said that the reason why he believes in the theory of relativity and not the geocentric model is because the geocentric model is unsettling. It unsettles him.
Yeah, it makes his shit wrong. Too. Ended up
you have to look at this differently. You have to look at it differently. You have to look at these people are so hung on God is not real.
Yeah.
Literally have to come up with all this other shit, right? Because the idea of believing that we are the center of creation, that we are made in the image of God, and that everything in the Bible is real, right? I mean, open to the earliest.
Wouldn't that be an enlightening experience to realize that, rather than to look for the most ridiculous ways you could to make it so that it's not true? I mean, why would somebody be that hell bent to deny God?
When you live in darkness,
When you're what, Ryan?
You're on the predatory aspect of things. No, hell no, it's not. It's like, oh, wait a minute, I'm fucking preying on people based on this idea, and then, you know what I mean? No, it's not. That's what they mean by, you have to, so let's put ourselves in the mind. What would be so upsetting about accepting it? Because this is what anybody can look this up. This is an Einstein quote. Said that it's unsettling to think that we're this. So what would cause what about the character of that person?
Well, it would mean that they would fear facing responsibility for their actions.
Well, that's definitely a major thing, right?
That's why they
read the same book that we do.
This is why they try to live to be this, 150 fucking years old and shit. They cannot outrun time. And they think they can. I don't know. It's really quite a why somebody in the face of utter awe, in the face of utter awe, for someone to be in that denial of a creator and to not be completely humbled by the magnificence of it. It just blows my mind that no, it can't be. It has to be this. We'll make up gravitrons and shit for it.
I do find it funny that the one word they use was weight.
It's gravitas. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I knew that, but just hearing it again
says what? Density and buoyancy. That's all. What is weight? Density.
Yeah.
Weight to me,
the amount of pressure being placed on a specific point. That's what weight is. Think about it. You stand on a scale. You're placing a certain amount of pressure on this specific point. It tells you the amount of pounds of pressure you're putting on it. It tells you how much you weigh. That's all it is. Yep. It's that simple. It's so fucking dumb.
There's also something that has to do with the work that it takes to move said object. For instance, and I'm not saying it's directly tied, I'm saying that there is a correlation, because if there's 100-pound boulder or 100 pounds of water, either way, it takes the same amount of effort or work to move said object.
Yeah, it's force to force. That's all there is to it. Yeah.
Like, for instance, when I'm moving my patio block and stuff, and I'm doing a patio block, you know, we'll use the little Twinkies, which are a 3x5 or whatever, and then we'll use the 5x5 squares, and then we'll use the bigger ones, and you know, you can carry a shit ton of Twinkies,
but when you
whereas
realize
the big ones.
This is the revolutionary understanding, right? This is why, and maybe my dad can help me with this. There was a guy who literally built impossible structures in front of people. He just wouldn't show them how he built it. Okay, like he literally would do shit that was akin to building the pyramids. It's because
it was Ed Leedskellinen, and he was a Latvian immigrant that built Coral Castle in Homestead. I believe that's who you're talking about.
That is exactly what I'm talking about, and I knew you know. And so my point is,
I know who you're talking about.
Okay, well, the reason he understood this was because he understands that it's actually electromagnetism that even determines weight to begin with. Period. That's it. It's electromagnetism. Yes. That's all it is. We live in a big ass dipolar battery.
Yeah,
that's what we live in. Right. That's it.
Yep.
And a big ass dipolar battery looks much like a vortex on the inverse and the exverse.
It looks like a torus field. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Where is that? Just a second. I got a thing on that.
Which then in turn would give you the symbol, the target symbol, without the inner ring, which is an ancient symbol, which is also the symbol for atom, or the atom, but they just add a dot on the side.
Check
one
this
of
out.
those dots. Yep.
This is exactly what you were talking about.
The sun is electric, the moon is magnetic. The sun positively charges you, makes you want to do things, gives you energy. The moon is taking your energy, it's magnetic energy.
It's an necrotic energy, yes.
And this is why the moon governs the menstrual cycle.
Moonstrel.
This is why the tides of the ocean follow the moon, because the moon governs water, and water is feminine. Everything's torus fields. The sun and moon is rotating around the torus field center.
You have a positive energy vector
above the North Pole. You have
a negative energy vector.
Yes. The magnetic pole of energy. This is why the stars have never ever changed. The same 12 constellations have been going around us since day dot. They never change. Polarities have never moved. Each constellation has a different energy, and they're mixing in with the different 7 planets. The 7 planets are called the 7 Wanderers, and they have a different layer of the firmament. Each celestial sphere has a different speed of rotation. It even says in the Quran, Allah, it is He who created the 7 heavens. Each planet has a different energy, and it's mixing in with the energy of the 12 constellations. So when you are born into a specific energy which is unique for that time and place. This is why every single person and living being in this creation has a different energy, characteristic, and look because of the specific timing.
That's interesting because the moon.
Well, so here, let me just say this. Everybody who was not initiated before, you're now initiated into the knowledge of good and evil. There you go. There it is.
Right. Right.
Right. Yeah.
The moon is related to, in alchemy, the moon is related to one of the metals. The main metal is silver. And if you think about it, what does silver do in the human body? It eliminates everything. Good, bad, and indifferent. That's why if you're ever sick, you take colloidal silver and you get better. But your gut's fucked because it killed all the bacteria.
So silver is, yes, exactly. It's completely sterilizing, which is why they say it kills werewolves, which, you know, that goes into some other stuff. But like the world is so much, the way the world works is so much different than people. So everybody likes to filter the entirety of existence, the lens of their perception. And your perception is always going to be wrong because it's the product of Maya. You know what Maya is?
The mind.
No, it's the world of illusion. It's literally the devil in Buddhism. Okay, so in Buddhism, they call the devil
yes.
Maya.
Yes,
Maya.
I know what you're talking about.
It's the illusion of separation. It's the illusion of duality. It's the enemy, right? And everything that you think. So, for instance, like you see, like what color shorts or pants are you wearing, Nubs? What color?
Well, my eyes would tell me they're blue, but they're not blue. It's everything but blue.
That's exactly right. It's every single color except for blue, which is the only thing that reflects, because it is actually not that. Which means everything that you see is not the truth.
Right.
That's the fundamental principle.
It's the exact opposite.
Yes. It's the fundamental principle of this existence. Right? So one could even say that life is actually death, which would make sense, right? Because we wake, right, in the morning, all that stuff, right? Good morning, your morning, right? All that stuff, right? You work all week to make a living, right? Yeah, to the weekend and all that stuff. Everybody's seen that TikTok, right? It's what it is. It's the opposite of what it is. We're like in a sea. We're in the river Styx.
Yeah.
That's what we are.
Well,
right? We're in a somewhat purgatory.
Who does the scripture say rules this place? It's not the Most High. I mean, obviously, he's obviously the Most High. However, with that being said,
he created the earth, but Satan rules the world. That's what you have to understand.
Right. Here's where you come to an ultimate reconciliation of dichotomy, right? Does anything exist outside of God?
No.
Nothing, right?
So that means it's everything.
Does the devil exist outside of God?
Nope, can't.
Cannot,
absolutely not.
So the devil must be what? An aspect of God?
Yep.
We're just experiencing a play, man. That's all it is.
That's,
I mean, it's very serious.
Obviously, over there.
It's very serious. Where you choose to align yourself in this play is serious, but at the end of the day, that's all it is.
It is. Check this out.
There is one level.
Yeah, the whole world's a stage. You're right.
The defense mechanism by stubborn globe defenders. It's more rhetorical than inquisitive, and tends to be their final discussion point before refusing to engage further with the subject. This question, formulated one of several ways, is, so what if the Earth is level? Why does the shape of the Earth even matter? What difference does it make to my life? Firstly, the thing of crucial importance is not the shape, it's the lie. The lie of heliocentrism is one of the most insidious lies imaginable that replaces our common sense and lived experience with unproven theories and explanations from supposed experts. When children are indoctrinated to abandon the evidence of their senses in favor of this nonsensical globe model, a schism occurs in their psyche where they are no longer able to trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, presented by perceived authority figures.
Damn, that's dark. Never considered
To teach such a false cosmology is incredibly deceitful and disempowering to the individual. And the result is,
wait a second,
humanity has become just like the slaves in Plato's allegory of the cave.
I have to counter it with this point, though.
The evidence of their senses,
when it's done,
becomes forever imprisoned within Plato's cave.
What is it now?
Okay, so what I have to counter that point is with this. Is the whole point, if nobody on this channel or my channel or anybody who follows, even Nubs, I don't know if you have a channel, but your followers, right, if you have them, this is the thing that escapes everybody's notice, and this is what dawned on me. This life is not peaches and cream. This life will never be a utopia. This life will never be a heaven. No, what this life is a crucible. So understanding that this life is a crucible and a testing ground, a training ground for the soul, right? Why would you ever think that the enemy or the perceived enemy, who ultimately has to be a part of God in the first place, is not part of the design?
Is it a crucible or is it a cupel?
The hell is a cupel?
They do very similar things. A cupel is what you when you're smelting gold. It's how you separate some of the metals through heat. You put it into a cupel, and basically the lead goes into the cupel, and you're left with the gold button.
Okay, look, your cupel.
Like
All right, wait a second. Your cupel is what happens once you are done with this experience.
Yeah, your cupel
that's
right. Like
that's
the product
the feather.
of crucible.
That's the feather in the heart. Right there's the feather in the heart. It's the same thing.
Yep. Yes, the feather in the heart. Yeah, explain that. That's it perfectly. Exactly that. Yes. Anubis, listen, when you die, right, do you feel like everything that you've done in your life? You see what I'm saying? Do you feel you were just? Do you feel you've made amends? Do you feel like you could die tomorrow being completely detached from any kind of karmic repercussion? That's the truth. That's what it is. That's the feather against the heart. That's why so many people reincarnate. Nobody can do that. Nobody can do that. Unless you're Jesus or Buddha or one of those figures, right? Those guys. And I'm a Christian, but I've studied Buddhism, and I recognize its antiquity, and I'm willing to accept the fact that maybe Christ was the final incarnation of Buddha. But listen, I'm just a man. I only have, even with the gifted knowledge that I have, I'm just a man. And I only have my interpretive abilities to be able to look at the evidence and deduce, right? But what I can say is that this is what I know for sure. And I know my dad sent me a TikTok earlier talking about how the Bible was completely fabricated. It's not. Well, it is. No, here's the thing. It is and it's not at the same time. Like, it would never be allowed to have. All we do, we're in a DVD, and the way that the actors play out in a scene. Dad, you use this analogy. You were the first one to tell me this analogy. It's like time's like a DVD, right? You put it. It's everything's contained right in the DVD. You put it in the DVD player. It plays out in linear fashion, right? Except for there's a producer and a director, and there's a whole bunch of people who went behind this, right? And even though you think you're doing something independent and bold and great, you were written to do it. You were written to do it, and it gets even more complex when we bring in the multiverse. You were written to do it in a multiplicity of ways beyond even human like, we cannot even comprehend what we're starting to get into when we start to talk about this. Like, that dimension of existence, which does exist, I know it for a fact. I know it for a fact. I don't just believe it. I know it. I experience it. I know it exists. The life is just a matrix. Like, this world is just a fucking matrix. That's it. That's all it is.
Hey, we got to give a shout out to Thrash. We got to give a shout out to Thrash. He was over on the launch. Watching where did he say it was some kind of NASA launch or something. He was over there on there live and trolling in the chat, and he's probably got that 1,000-yard stare from some heavy duty combat to go in there. Those people get extremely mad.
Thrash, I will see you on.
What did he say?
I'll see you in combat.
Was the other hand, or was he? Where was he saying that? He said, and NASA had the Microsoft warning to register the computer on the graphs they had. They're probably going to return them after they're done with faking the launch.
But the degree to listen, these people don't make mistakes. They wouldn't have kept it together so well for so long. They make mistakes. They don't make mistakes. The people we're talking about, right? These are the Great White Lodge or the Brotherhood or whatever you want to call them. These organization of higher dimensional beings that exist and have been recorded throughout history. They don't make mistakes, man. They want people to realize this is bullshit. They're about to sacrifice. They're about to sacrifice these dumbasses that sold their souls for wealth, fame, money, whatever they sold their souls for. They're about to do that because this was part of the whole plan. Humanity would never move to the next step. Humanity would never move to the next step if it wasn't for this kind of decadence and debauchery. That's the fact, and they know it. And listen, these people have guided humanities probably since we were even created. They're probably the Elohim, right? And that's what they do. They swing positive versus negative, negative versus positive. They fucking swing it back and forth.
So it's kind of like when the DEA swings in and they get a whole bunch of fucking cartel dudes and shit, right? And everybody goes, "Phew, good, they really got those guys. Look at they're off the streets."
Even though the CIA
Meanwhile,
receives,
the people that were supporting those cartel guys are still in play. You see?
No, see, you got to take it a step further. The CIA receives millions of dollars from those people on a regular basis, actually billions of dollars from those people on a regular basis. So when they choose to make a sacrificial lamb out of somebody, it's entirely staged, coerced, set up, everything. Yeah, and they're like, okay, we're going to do this, bust this, show the American public we're doing our job. No, dude, look, has you seen the movie Two Guns? Mark Wahlberg, Denzel Washington. Who's seen that?
Yep.
Yeah. Remember what that movie was about? The naval intelligence staged a bank robbery of the CIA's money from the cartels. That's what the movie's about. If you break it down to it, everybody's like, oh, well, it was, he had a girlfriend, she got shot. No, dude, look, this is what the movie was telling you. The naval intelligence staged a bank robbery of the CIA's money that they received from the cartels in a bank. That's what the movie was about. And they never resolved that specific situation, right? They never did that. They were like, well, that's still going on. They never brought that to a close. That was just the premise. It was about the characters involved, whether or not they were allowed to keep their heads or they got fucking buried. That's what it was. That's what it was. Well, did they get buried or did the CIA? I'll tell you what, the CIA got, well, no, they blew up the money at the end. And then the CIA was pissed. That's what happened. They blew up the money and the CIA was pissed, and they pretend like Mark Wahlberg and Denzel Washington walked away like heroes at the end, pissing off the CIA. The CIA was licking their wounds. No, the reality of that was everybody that Mark Wahlberg and Denzel Washington knew, if they were real people, were murdered.
Yep.
And they hunted Denzel Washington and Mark Wahlberg to the ends of the earth.
Do you mean Wiener has the list?
Yeah, no, dude, are you kidding me? Anthony Weiner's laptop. Do you know there's 10 cops seeing that fucking laptop, right? And I believe it was 7 of them had to have psychiatric evaluations about what they seen, because there was frazzle drip. That's where the term frazzle drip comes from, is Anthony Weiner's laptop. It's frazzle drip. Frazzle drip. Who knows what frazzle drip? Dude,
it's a file name. It's a file name.
Listen, I will never.
Frazzled. It's frazzled.rip.
No, okay, yes, okay, fair enough. But whatever it is, I won't even explain to my wife what it is. She said, what's that? I said, don't fucking worry about it. There's no reason. I wouldn't even expose my wife to something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
And these people watched it. If I even were to say it on air tonight, it would nauseate 95% of the people watching. If you do not know what that is and you're brave enough to look it up, look it up.
I mean, you got to take a look at shit's really starting to, it's like they're throwing big guys under the bus right now. They're throwing big people under the bus.
Do you know why, Dad?
They're not big people.
No, what would appear to be big people? Like, all right.
They are big people. Listen, you guys have to understand, like the whole Tim Ballard Sound of Freedom thing, right? That was purposely put out with a certain amount of bullshit attached to it because it had to be. And this is what I keep trying to tell people. And I posted something today from one of Tim Ballard's friends, and he said exactly what I say. Because I can see it. They're like, they want you to attack this. They're showing you what they're doing. They're showing you what they're doing. And if you attack this because you're so fucking awake, right? You don't know how to be a tactician or a military strategist. You don't understand any of that. You don't know how to take something positive and use it to your advantage against the enemy, because we're at war. We're in World War. We're balls deep in World War III. You know what World War III is? It's a war of information.
Yeah, it is.
Not fought with guns, bombs, drones. Let me say this one thing, Dad. Do you know how many people they just killed with information, even if they're not dead yet? The people they just killed with bullshit information. I'm not going to say why, but everybody watching knows. Everybody who went out and followed the information is going to die. You're going to die. I hate to tell you. If you're watching, you're about to die. You're going to die. It's sad. Two of my children, because of their grandmother, so I feel the pain. I get it. But it is the truth. You're going to fucking die.
Well, what I was talking about as far as like what would appear to people to be top creme de la creme are being systematically exposed to a point where there's becoming a tipping point. For instance, this latest thing with the chef of Obama's that drowned.
Drowned. Paddleboarder.
Yeah, and here he was, and the police report says that he was paddleboarding with Barack Obama, and Barack Obama was seen with injuries to his hand and some other marks on him as well.
Probably seen Michelle Obama pissing while she was standing up.
Listen, anybody in that tight circle, as Joan Rivers, the way she even said it was like, oh, come on, everybody knows, what's it?
Yeah, what happened to her? Let's have her on the show. Oh, wait.
But, I mean, at this point in time, it's like nobody's really, pretty much everybody does know. So that those within the tight circle would know. Now, the only thing damning that I could see other than what I speculate is that this chef was getting ready to put out a tell-all book about the famous people he's cooked for and what they like to eat. That in itself might be a problem.
Right, because it's going to have people on there.
Yeah, it's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm afraid of. And they really are trying to normalize that, and they have.
No, they are. You can buy celebrity meats right now.
Yeah. Well, there was a show on Netflix or one of those streaming services with Drew Barrymore was in it, and it was about this family that was cannibals and shit.
No, it's called what is it called? Santa Clarita Diet.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I know, dude. Look, they've been into it for a long time, and here's the thing is it's solid black magic. It's solid, and they've been able to get away with it. But what's happened is recently, actually, everybody can look this up. Search it on Facebook, search it on TikTok, wherever you want to, right? The fucking Schumann resonance, it's changed. Schumann resonance has changed. It's changed completely. What's happening right now is what I've been saying to you on your show and my show, is that there's a consciousness shift. I feel it. I see it. I watch the dumbest fucking people that I swear to God I'd never even have a conversation with because you're so fucking stupid. But you're putting out good information. I'm like, God damn, where'd you even come across this at? You know what I mean?
Listen, I'm soaking it up, man.
I go
outside every day, and I'll be out there playing ball with the dogs, and I make it a point. I'm out there barefoot, and I stare at the sun. I just stare at that motherfucker for a good long time. And man, it's amazing. It's amazing. And the kind of insights you start coming to just in your everyday thinking. I don't know. Apparently there's people that just don't think at all. They just kind of like go this is an alien thing to me, but there are people like this that just don't think, unless they concentrate to think. Are you aware that these people exist?
Well, yeah.
They're called NPCs.
I can't stop.
I'm aware. Thinking. Listen, I'm aware that the creatures you're speaking of exist, right? But they're also
trying to be mean either. I'm not trying to be mean.
No, listen, I'm being for real. I'm being for real, and what I'm saying to you, you'll be receptive or you will not. Those are actually called Goyim. That's what they're talking about, is the human animal. There is a human animal.
Yes.
There's man that manifests as both man and woman. It's man. Man actually for many, many centuries referred to both man and woman up until very recently. And you can look that up. But man, right? There's man is capable of independent thought, has a spark of divinity. And then there's also the creature of human that was created that resembles man, but is in the dominion of man. That's a real thing. Listen, these people are actually exactly they're human animals. They are only capable of, they're like intelligent monkeys.
You know, listen,
They're like
people. And I spot them sometimes. It's like, I'll be sitting there like out in public someplace, and I'll just kind of like, I like to watch people, and I'll see somebody, and I'm wondering, I'm like, wonder what that motherfucker's thinking right now.
He's probably not. He probably farted and it made a blip on an EKG, dude. I'm telling you.
The flatliners.
Yeah.
What does it say? Little M says, I can't ever stop thinking either.
Or an ECG. Sorry.
You know what? My tabs are going too. Like, I'll be like, Leanne and I will be watching some old movie or some shit like that. And I'm like, oh, I'm trying to think this actor's name. And then like
when you hear small
the next day, right in the middle of like, I'll be in bed and I'll go, oh, William Holden. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I remember the other day when I was trying to think of who that guy was in that movie. And she goes, Jesus Christ, go back to sleep. And
I can explain why. That's why, actually, that's how our brains, yours and mine, works. And it actually makes things like, I try to remember shit. I know, like, I can read probably 20 pages worth of shit right now off the top of my head, word perfect, without missing a fucking single word. I could do it. 20 pages right now. And that's the thing, is that you internalize what you're reading. Most people, right? Most people, you internalize it. Like when you read, I read something and I think, well, how does that apply to my general being or the situation I find myself in or life or whatever, right? And I think about, and then because I made that in-depth association with what I read, I remember exactly what I read. I said, no, it said exactly this, right? Which is where you come with all your Mandela effect, people who remember things so vividly because you're like, no, I fucking remember because I was in this state of mind. I felt this way and I said this. And I know this is a thing, right? So the thing is that there is a human animal, guys. Everybody has to accept this. Some of you might be watching. You're a human animal. If you're cattle, if you just fucking tune out the conversation we've had tonight, tomorrow, and watch your news and soak up everything that you fucking want, listen.
Oh no, look, man, this show is like wolf's bane to those people.
Well, and what I just said would be wolf's bane if there's any watching, right? So what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. Think about that. There is an animal. Now there's been so much genetic. I don't think that the human is aware. I think that man is over the human. Human is like think about the word human, like color of man. What's the color of law? Well, the color of law is
masquerading
as law. Yeah, absolutely. Human. Oh, you're the color of man. And they are. I mean, like, I would never believe it if it wasn't for society. I mean, damn.
Is it hue or hued?
Who gives a shit? How about that?
They mean that
hue gives a shit. It's the same thing.
No, because when you hew a tree, you're hollowing it out.
But listen, you're still speaking to the same thing. My point is the semantics matter not.
No.
The simple point is effective. Is like if everybody sits and thinks about it, every single person listening to this should be like, damn, there is like a human animal. And most people are a human animal, which is why I say, like, we don't speak out against Sound of Freedom. You know why? Because they're trying to use the human animal against us. Like, a human animal will go watch this popular movie. It's all over TikTok everywhere. Like, oh, they're trying to ban this. Everybody's going to go watch it, right? Let them. Shit, why would we say anything? That's like a bluff move that they're trying to do. They're desperate. They're fucking desperate right now. There's more of us awake. Listen, well, I won't say it. Definitely there's not more of us awake than there are asleep, but there's so many of us awake that it outnumbers them so significantly that they're legitimately frightened.
It's like when you're at camp and that first person wakes up, then the second person, by the time the third person wakes up, the whole fucking cabin is woken up because you motherfuckers are talking.
Listen, we don't make up a majority of the population by any means, but we make up such a larger portion of it than they do that they're fucking terrified. And that's what they're doing. That's what I've been saying the Sound of Freedom thing is. That's what the Donald Trump thing is. And I'm like, dude, I know the guy's not perfect. I know he's a fucking asshole. Like, I get it. You're not telling me anything I don't know. But listen, him winning is the worst thing that these people, he probably hopes he doesn't win. Let's make him win. I'm dead ass serious. You probably hope like shit. I hope
they do reek of desperation, and there again, I think it may be just part of the show, but there's a lot of shit to suggest that this whole presidency that we've been witnessing here the last 3 years has been an actual show, a charade, so to speak.
Joe Biden is an actor in a rubber mask. Anybody who hasn't figured that out. Are you kidding? Dude, that guy's not even Joe Biden. Joe Biden's dead. I don't know what happened to Joe Biden, but that's not Joe Biden. And the guy that's playing Joe Biden is pretending to be that stupid. You know why? This is the only, and this might not even be the reason why. I'm willing to admit that I'm not all-knowing by any means. I just know what I know. And here's what I don't know, but I speculate, is that he is pretending to be so stupid. Because when history reviews the presidency of Joe Biden, it is much better to be seen as incompetent than corrupt. Because if you're incompetent, you're just a fucking retard. But if you're corrupt,
what do you make of the Mitch glitch?
I seen that bitch. Okay, so there's things on this. The simple, fast, one line thing I'm going to say on this, about this, and that's all I'm going to say about it. Is there's things on this planet I know personally that exist. That most people can never even begin to fathom. That's all I'm going to say about that. And you've seen the broad come up and touch Mitch McConnell with whatever she had. It probably was just her hand. And whatever she transmitted to him, horrified that man. And
maybe even a post-hypnotic suggestion.
Listen, no. That man
I don't even think it was that.
That man was horrified.
I think what he's saying, he was
in shock.
You don't stop in the middle of like that.
No, he was in shock.
It's either that or trauma. He was,
No, that was trauma.
I have to wonder what would have given him such a start like that so quickly.
Listen,
I even thought like neurotoxins.
If you knew how this world really worked, man, it would stop you like that. I'm telling you, it would.
It's all magic.
It's all magic. It's real as hell. Yes, it is. That's a real thing. Magic.
And hell is very real.
Let me finish this short video real quick, and then we'll get back into it.
A world of distorted shadows cast by Plato's puppet masters that blinds them to the reality beyond.
Magic.
So, why does the shape of the earth matter? Again, it's not about the shape. It's about the lie. To fool nearly the entirety of humanity for multiple generations, stripping people of their common sense and replacing it with carefully crafted lies, is obviously a matter of serious importance. It is one of the most psychologically devastating things that could be perpetrated upon an individual, and seeing through it should be one of the most revealing revelations of a lifetime. So, when someone asks the foolish question of what difference does it make, that is already evidence of extreme psychological distortion. If knowing the truth doesn't matter to your life, what does that say about your life? The level Earth is an epic epiphany that changes many people to their core, affirming their common sense, developing their critical thinking skills, and reigniting a spirit of discovery and adventure. In this way, the level Earth revelation is holistically helpful and truly transformational for many on an individual level. Even more importantly, however, is if humanity succeeds in fully exposing this egregious lie, and finally rooting out the liars, the beneficial ripple effect it will have throughout society is massive. Once these foundational facts are realized, these governments, universities, media outlets, and other entangled organizations suddenly and completely lose all credibility. The resulting mass mental exodus away from the control system is exactly what is needed. Essentially, once the Level Earth conspiracy is exposed, so is every other important conspiracy by proxy, because this so-called mother of all conspiracies holds under its umbrella so many fundamental and foundational facts and fully reveals them.
It's exactly what it did for me.
Yep. And I'm saying,
word for word.
we're going to hit a tipping point.
So
we're going to hit a tipping point 2024, by the end of 2024, at least as far as flat earth is. And this is what's so beautiful, like this pointed out, is that once you get that one, once that starts crumbling, you realize that it's a foundational deception that was required in order for you to swallow all the rest of the fucking deceptions. And they're all starting to fucking crumble for people right now. Nobody's believing the bullshit that's coming out of the propaganda ministry. Not out here in reality anyways. There's and the ones that you do see buying it are actually, I think, like NPCs. And they're just like we were saying, those humans.
So check this out. I'm going to bring it back to the Bible. I'm going to bring it back to the Bible, and either of you are free to disagree with me or challenge me at any time. But what constitutes salvation according to the Bible? Like, let's just break it down to its simplest.
Forgiveness of sin.
No, belief. That's it.
Faith. Yeah.
No, it's not even knowing. It's just believing. Like a person goes, you know what? I want to place my bet on Jesus. Came down and did that. Right? So that's the whole crux of the Bible is belief. Think about it. The Holy Bible and the Christian dilemma is simply this. It's belief. No matter how you try to break it down or lawyer it or whatever you try to do, at the end of the day, it's, do you believe Jesus Christ was a living man and died for your sins? And now look at how much obfuscation has been used to cover up timelines, right? Yeah. And events, right? And you have to look at that, right? I
agree there.
And beyond that, you have to look at we still, and if you read the preface to the 1611, in the preface, he acknowledges the fact that the emperor who kept the calendar the same, that was the only thing he did right by God, was by not changing the time of the Bible, right? And all that stuff. And you read the preface of the 1611, and you actually start looking at what's going on. Is the crux of the Bible is just belief that the Bible is real. And when you know the Bible like I do, and I can't tell you guys how I know the Bible, but I know it intimately, and it's in a way, right? And it's exactly how life exists. It is the exact creation story, 100%. And listen, my second favorite path is Nordic. And if you read Yggdrasil and the runes and just study the runes and you read the mythology of Yggdrasil and Odin and Fenrir and the wolf and the end of times and all that stuff, right? Like, it's all the same. It's all, listen, I'm not blaspheming by any means. I'm trying to tell everybody that it's all the same story, and the figure that is represented by Jesus Christ literally lived. Now, we have no way of determining when that happened because timelines have been fucked up so much. And the reason I bring this up is now, when you understand that the whole gamble, the whole game of your soul, right? And me being a Mason doesn't make one bit of difference. That's the whole point of a good Mason, right? Is do you believe Do you believe that the figure represented by Jesus Christ lived and died for you to give you? I mean, like, look, we can go into ancient Greece and we talk about Prometheus. Who knows who Prometheus is out of everybody that's on the panel? Who knows? Anybody?
Prometheus was the Greek equivalent to Lucifer.
No, Prometheus was the Greek equivalent to the god of fire, which
He brought light. He brought enlightenment to man.
And what happened to him? What happened to him?
He was cast out by Zeus.
No, what literally happened to him?
Oh, I don't know.
As a punishment. Oh, he was chained to a cliff to have his guts picked out by ravens every single day, all day, and then he would be healed at the end of the night for the next day. It happens to him again. It happens to him again.
That's where the raven gets his food.
For eternity, though. Like, could you imagine being chained to a rock? So what could he have given us that was so fucking valuable? Now, here's the thing, is Jesus is the same exact story. He came, he taught people how to live free of oppression. Listen, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, right? That's what you do when you know how the law works. You say, hey, send that to the treasury. That has to do with you guys, has nothing to do with me. I never contracted with you. Listen, I'm just living. You guys want to fucking mortgage my being? That's your business. You handle it entirely yourself. Right? Because I'm not agreeing to it. I don't need you. We don't need you to live. My family
Be in the world, but not of it.
No, but now, yeah, and you look at how welfare dug its way into the system. That's how they get away with it today, is welfare. It's entirely welfare. It's EBT, WIC, Medicaid, right? All that state-funded abortion.
Harness to that beast system. That's part of that Leviathan.
That's what it is. When you can say to the state and the government, like, dude, we don't need you to live. You can't prove that we need you to live. There's no contractual obligation that I have with you. We support ourselves. And we're good.
All right.
You see what I'm saying? And that's it.
Yeah.
What do you think about
the same thing?
This goes right into what you were talking about, Ryan. Check this out. This is because somebody else, Daniel Becker, was asking about this.
Is our timeline completely wrong, and are we actually living in the evil one's short season? Post-rapture. There are many times in the Bible where the Word of God says that Jesus will return to that generation, such as Matthew 16:28. Truly, I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
We won't.
Second coming. And if Jesus died and resurrected in 33 AD, have you ever heard what happened in 66 AD? I'll let you look that up. It looks like a judgment took place. Wait, kingdom? Sadly, most Christians don't even know about the millennial reign of Christ for 1,000 years. Let's read.
Yep.
Revelation 20, verse 4. I saw thrones on which were seated those who had been given authority to judge, and I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded because of their testimony about Jesus and because of the word of God. They had not worshipped the beast or its image and had not received the mark on their foreheads or their hands. They came to life and reigned with Christ 1,000 years. That's on earth. The rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. Blessed and holy are those who share in the first resurrection. The second death has no power over them, but they will be priests of God and of Christ and will reign with him for 1,000 years. The judgment of Satan, verse 7. When the 1,000 years are over, Satan will be released from his prison and will go out to deceive the nations. This is what's happening right now. And you know, they cover up the millennial reign of Christ by calling it the Dark Ages, a complete inversion, which is how the devil works. And guess what? The Dark Ages were about a millennium in length. Okay, if Christ already reigned on earth, where are all the statues? No, he didn't physically reign. It's his Holy Spirit reigned. Luke 17:21, when asked about the kingdom. Neither shall they say, see here or see there, for behold, the kingdom of God will be within you. Rapid fire, let's list the deceptions of the evil one. You live on a tiny water ball in an infinite space vacuum created by a cosmic fart, the Big Bang. The moon was created to be a light. There are no ancient art depictions of the moon or descriptions of it having craters. But now the lesser light has the image of craters. Remember, it does not turn, it's always that same image. And it just so happens to be the same size, shape, and perfectly eclipses with the sun. They were created that way. God created them male and female, and gender created chaos. Elon says with artificial intelligence, we're summoning the demon. What is human anymore? The collapse of traditional marriage, the rise of Luciferian secret societies, the rise in self-love, the rise of mind-control technology. They shorten me to...
Anyway,
as we're all sitting here on technology.
Yeah. Why my anti-technology tinfoil inside my head?
No, he's right to a certain degree. He is. He's right to a certain degree. But here's the thing: is that we
figured out.
Go ahead.
No, we are all capable of self-governance. Do you see what I'm saying? Like this.
Yeah.
It's the whole. So
you do it on a daily basis. Okay, you self-govern yourself pretty much on a daily basis. So, outside of everything that's been put into your head,
you have to understand.
You know, what is it that prevents me from doing 70 miles an hour down my road?
Well, I was going
somewhere. Is it the little sign? No, I decide that.
I was going somewhere with what I was saying, but I can continue.
Go ahead. You're good.
Okay, so the whole thing is what creates the chaos is the dichotomy, and you have to think about that. Okay, the greatest thing I ever learned, so let me explain to you, everybody who's listening, right? I've had my share of trouble with the law. I did a year in the county where I was living, right? Except for there's something about me that, like, there's about my dad, and everybody who watches my dad kind of knows what it is. There's like a little kind of thing, right? And that's the same with me. And so when I figured this, I was sitting there, I was like, I have so much damn time, don't have enough food, don't have enough anything to be happy. What can I do? What can I do to make myself happy? And I said, I can better myself. And how can I do that? Well, I can sit here and meditate. That's what I'm going to do. So I sat there and I meditated. And listen, let me tell you something about real meditation. Like, if you've even tried for 1 month to meditate every day, trying regularly for at least 20 minutes every day for a month, you have no idea about meditating. I did that, and plus quite a bit. I had nothing but time. Why the fuck wouldn't I? I was the laundry guy where I was at anyway, so I could sit in a room and just fucking do whatever I wanted. So I did. I sat there and I meditated and I meditated and I meditated. I even brought somebody in and meditated. I tried different like chants, like Hebrew, like Yod He Vav He. I don't recommend that for the faint of heart. But if you want to try it, it's pretty empowering. But listen, it's not for the faint of heart. It's intense. And here's the thing that happened. I started meditating on, well, okay, now I've gotten meditation down. I can enter this deep state of myself, which has actually become a regular ability. I don't even have to meditate to do it anymore. I enter a deep state. Like, me and my deepest self are completely in communication at all times. Like, me and my deepest self are best buds. And I started going, well, what the fuck is my problem in life? Well, obviously I'm unhappy. Why am I unhappy? I'm depressed. Okay, what is depression? Well, depression is sadness. Okay. Depression is sadness. Well, where does sadness come from? And then it hit me. There's only one place sadness ever comes from, period. There's no question to it. Is fear.
Yep.
It's fear. It's fear. That's it. It's just fear. That's all it is a fear. It's a fear either anticipated or a fear realized. It's a fear. And when you realize that fear is directly related to an unhealthy attachment, here's the simple truth of life. You have to sit here and meditate on this, right? If you've never heard it before, meditate on it. The simple truth of life is that everything changes at all times. You may be married. You may have children. You may have everything in life right now. And things could change tomorrow because everything always changes. It changes drastically, like instantly. It can. There's no question. It can just fucking about face. Done. Right? So you realize that. Huh?
I'm agreeing with you.
Oh,
very much so.
The only thing that you can do about it is control how you respond to it, right? That's it. That's all you can do is control how you respond to the change. Do you know what I'm saying? That's it. This entire control system is based on fear. Think about it. Even going all the, you want to know when it really took off? My dad, when did it really take off? What year? What was the year it really took? I started taking sprints. What year?
Oh, I don't know. Man.
You do. 2001, man. 2001, these motherfuckers, like, look at all the patriots. Like, you got to look at the real patriots, like Bill Cooper. You know, Bill Cooper in June of 2001 went on his radio show and he was like, hey, listen, a CNN film crew, right? A reporter and his film crew went and interviewed Osama bin Laden and his top generals and lieutenants in a secret cave fortress halfway around the world. Now, the CIA, the most sophisticated intelligence dragnet in the history of the world, cannot find this dastardly fucking terrorist, right? But a CNN reporter and his film crew just waltz into his fucking secret cave hideout and interview his top lieutenants and generals. And comes out and says, this is June 2001. This is on his radio show. This is a broadcast.
Right. Yeah. This is what's claimed to have gotten him killed.
Oh, it did get him killed.
Was that. But I also have to take this into account too, man. Once with the agency, always with the agency. Man.
Listen, it got him killed. Listen, he was just whatever he spouted that you disagree with was purely conditioning. Because this man, once he found out what was going on, he went committed to us. He was on the right side. Dude, look, you know what they killed him over? Tax evasion. Who even tax evasion by itself is not even a fucking crime. It's not a real thing. That's what even
wasn't he found strangled with a catheter?
No, the police.
Bill Cooper? I'm pretty sure he was, man.
Police.
It was like supposedly they tried to say it was a suicide, but there was like no fucking way.
Mean, that might be a Mandela thing, but no. And the way I remember it and the way I've looked it up recently is he was served with a warrant by the local sheriff's department, and they shot him.
Wow.
Yeah, because that's what he
That's
said.
Definitely believable.
Listen, what he said was on his radio show. He said, "Listen." So the fucking CNN reporter goes in there, whatever, right? He says, "Listen, whatever they're about to do, and blame on Osama bin Laden." Mm-hmm. Don't you believe it? He literally said, look, I know this because my cousin's a sheriff down in Norfolk. Well, he's in Chesterfield now.
I've heard the broadcast before myself.
Listen, he's down there. Listen, I showed it to the entire, because I was, back like years ago. This was like, years ago, like 5 years ago. He fucking, I was explaining this to people at a party, because that's what we do, right? We just generally be assholes like that. And we just wake people up all the time. And so I was at a party. I was like, do you guys not understand? Somebody said some dumbass shit about Taliban or something. I was like, are you fucking dumb? Look, do you know what Taliban is? Taliban CIA, man. You don't, seriously? Is it fucking
started out as the Mujahideen.
Mujahideen, yeah, absolutely. And you explain, you're just like, and so I did that at a party, and then it turned into a big thing. And then when everybody was adamant that there's no way you can prove that, I fucking showed him Bill Cooper's audio file on YouTube, right, from June 2001, and everybody in the entire room was entirely speechless. There's nothing they could say. They're just like, oh.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when people are confronted with the shit, right? They say, oh, no, this is not true. I mean, you bring up, like, for instance, everybody who was, just shy of making love dolls that look like Fauci. When you pointed out his connection to all the people that died from his AZT and the AIDS crap, you're like, oh, that was him. Yeah, that was in the 80s. I was alive then. You weren't. And so that's why one of the reasons I don't like this motherfucker, you know.
I can tell you exactly where I was at when I realized the AIDS thing was bullshit.
Well, you know, the thing about it was that, you know, Freddie Mercury supposedly died from AIDS. He actually died from the AZT is what killed him. And and here was Brian Mays and the other band members from Queen were out there pushing the jab. And I was like, that's fucked up, man. From the same guy that killed your lead singer. That's fucked up, man. What are you doing? You know,
that's true.
This is another good one on that millennial reign thing. This one's I think this one's a little better even. It goes into a little deeper shit. Let me play it real quick.
I think I figured out what's going on in this world. Why it seems like this world is going to hell in a handbasket. To cut to the chase, I think our timeline is wrong. And if you're new here and have never seen one of my videos before, yes, I do think NASA, the organization with the serpent tongue going through its logo, is deceiving the world. Have you seen how many 666s are in their model? And have you ever wondered why the sun and the moon are the same exact shape and size? And you'll argue and say, dude, the moon is so much closer. Bro, do you believe that we landed on the moon? Look at the thing, it's a freaking light. And more obvious, do you think you are moving right now? Do you think you're moving? Do you think you're spinning, you're wobbling, you're tilted, and you're going through an endless space vacuum? Bro, I'm stationary. How about you? Yes. And part of the way I discovered that the Earth is a flat, level plane with a firmament of stars above us and that the sun and the moon are lights was by taking the Word of God as literal truth. Genesis 1. We ain't moving. We're stationary. Psalm 104:5. He, God, set the earth on its foundations, never to be moved.
This isn't the one I thought it was, but it's interesting that point that he said, because the Bible says, this is what came to be, was that I realized that the Bible coincided with what I had found out.
Yes, there you go. That's the end of a logical man's understanding of the Bible. Yes, that's it. When you're a logical, rational individual, you should ultimately work out that the Bible is real.
Yep.
Just because it only obviously demonstrates what is occurring. That's it. That's it. There's no...
Yeah.
I think this story has happened before. I think we've all had this conversation many times. I think we've all been here before.
That's the beautiful thing, though. Here you go. You enter in the continuum. You know what a continuum is? Do you know what the esoteric name for a continuum is? Who knows? Nobody? Ouroboros.
I might, but just Ouroboros.
Ouroboros.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The continuum.
That makes sense.
Of course it makes sense. That's what it is.
It's the infinity symbol, the 8 on its side. That's why 8's the number of space, time.
Well,
that's why the DeLorean, that's why they purposely had, so the DeLorean did 88 miles an hour before it went into time.
The 8 is special. You know,
it's a number of completion.
The Ouroboros is just the circle, the serpent eating its own tail.
Yeah, it's an infinity. It's that endless cycle, death and rebirth, death and rebirth.
Yep.
The 8 is actually something entirely different, but the Ouroboros is the circle of the dragon and or the serpent eating its own tail. That's what that is. And
I have proof of God.
Dude.
Oh, wait. That's not it right there.
I've had experiences nobody would literally ever fucking believe ever. I would never even tell anybody the things that have happened.
Well, then don't entice people with it. I know some stuff and I'm not going to tell you, so that's not cool. Why do you want to do that to people?
That's funny, actually. That's hilarious. We'll talk about it outside.
I can tell you one of mine.
What?
I can tell you one of my experiences.
Yeah, sure.
Go for it.
So when I was with my ex-girlfriend years ago, let's just say there was all kinds of problems going on. Yeah, I was to the point of, killing myself or something like that.
Yeah.
And I prayed
Okay.
just to help. I had the Bible on my lap. And one of my favorite things to do is to pray and then open to a random spot and just point and read. And I'd done that about 4 or 5 times. And it was everything that I pointed to was almost exactly what was going on in my life. It was chilling, to be honest.
Dude, I'm telling you, if nobody realizes it, that book right there, if you take an oath on that book, do you understand how that's why all cops, that's why everything's going to shit. Everybody takes an oath on the Bible.
Yeah, right? They don't understand what they're doing.
They have not even the slightest idea.
No, it's just a ceremony and a poem they have to go through in order to get the paycheck. That's it. That's all they look at it as. And look, a lot of people go, listen, when I did my oath, right, I was a total smartass and got away with it. When they say, okay, repeat after me. Say I, and everybody goes I, and they said state your name, and everybody else saying their name, and I said state your name.
So I went to So I went to a friend at the court appointment, right? That I scheduled with the actual judge because I've been beefing with these motherfuckers. So, and all I have to do is sit down and write a motion. That's it. That's all I have to do, and I just haven't done it, and I need to just do it. But I sat down with the attorney at this hearing, and I was like, "Hey, dude, look, I came with a stack of books. I'm telling you guys, I travel with a literal stack of fucking paperwork and books. And the reason being is because you're not going to take my property, and I'm not going to have a license plate, and I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? Or I do that. So, of course, I traveled straight to the court. I traveled straight down to the courthouse. There's no fucking license plate on my vehicle. There's not one. I swear to everybody, there's not a license plate on my vehicle. Dude. Completely. I went all the way down to visit my father without a license plate on my vehicle. And I got pulled over in Maryland, and he let me go. So that's all I have to say. Right? Listen. So I travel with a literal like small library of shit. Right? And I do. Supreme Court cases, you can't fuck with me. Because I know how to explain it. I'd be like, let me talk to the prosecutor. He's going to prosecute this. I got everything right here printed from government websites, period. Or legal research websites. That's it. That's all I do. And there's nobody should ever fucking contract with these people. That's the key. The motor vehicle code is the entire key to the whole thing. Right? It is. That's the fucking key. If everybody just started disregarding that is what funds. I'm telling you guys, that's what funds the whole thing. You have no idea. Every time a traffic ticket is even issued, they can sell that shit.
Oh yeah, it's a fucking business, man. It's a business. No, for sure.
Dude, it's a racket.
Well, yeah, that's what a racket is. It's somebody's business. They have business, regardless of whether it's legitimate or not. It's like
a mom and pop shop is a business. These people run a fucking racket. They'll try to send armed agents after you. And then
I'm not sending armed agents to your door if we do business. I'm coming to make your beautiful property even more beautiful as a landscaper. I'm not no agents coming in that except for tree agents that are going to adjust where the trees go, that kind of thing.
Well,
OSHA.
Well, you know, what's that trash? What'd you have, buddy?
Oh, I said no OSHA.
No OSHA. Oh my God. Yeah. Listen,
I'll give you the ocean. We can do a saltwater pond in the backyard. No worries.
They got to be like fucking ridiculous with shit, man. I worked in factories in Michigan when I was younger. And let me tell you something, man. Some of the shit that they have are the most ridiculous things in the world that they require. Some of this safety shit, like for instance, I had to get a new gas can, right? You can't get a gas can with just a fucking spout and a cap. No. It's got some kind of a thing that takes about 3 or 4 hands to fucking operate just to get it to open.
Think about this though. You're Virginia, right?
Oh my God. And then once you get it open, you can't get the fucking lid back on it right. And you have to like put it up, tilt it up, hold it by this handle, then push a button in so that the shit. Look, it's more dangerous than just pouring fucking gasoline. They make it like I'm not dealing with nuclear waste. It's
Dude, you almost can't even use them. Like even the ones at the gas station. You're better off just taking the cap off and just pouring it in a funnel. Here's the thing.
You guys are missing the point. We determine what we have. We do. Like when they did the small little experiment to show us voting with the dollar and everybody voted with the dollar, but nobody seems to be picking it up. It's like we determine what services we have.
What are you talking about?
We determine what services we have.
I understand that, but what are you talking about that people aren't getting? People are getting.
So no, they're not. The Dutch government, right, shut down and ceded to their people. Who knows that? Do you know why?
Because they're all a bunch of fucking Vikings and they would have created anarchy.
Well, yeah, there's that. But so are we. Do you understand like what happened in 1776? Like no secret society, no nothing was behind what happened in 1776.
I'll put it this way. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that shit was. It has been complete damage control since then. Because what happened was Pope Clement the 14th. Well, first Pope Clement 13th attempted to abolish the Jesuits or repress them, whatever they call it in Catholic terms, whatever. Attempted to do that, right? And then he was killed immediately as soon as he went to his closest person, who was obviously not very trustworthy. Anyway, the next person who took his place held out for several years. And then in 1773, right, Pope Clement the 14th banished them. Suppressed them. Didn't banish, just suppress, whatever the difference is. I don't know. That's the wording they use, suppressed them. They were no longer allowed to, and they had infiltrated every country, every single fucking country. Think about how many, I don't even have to tell you, man. It should be obvious.
Well, that's even there, and that's a whole nother nut of a different total subject, really. But it is along the lines of the deceptions.
No, it's a problem.
But one of the biggest problems is getting people fucking understand. Not only that deception, those deceptions. What I'm saying is they melt away. They start falling apart. Once people start, you gotta like snap them, you know. And it's sort of like, look, first off, we're going to start with basics. Everything you fucking know is a lie. Now, you can just say that like a bucket of cold water into somebody's face. And most often they're just going to go, you know, either what the fuck are you talking about or whatever. So I like to do it in a fashion where I just ask the questions. I ask the questions. Hey, you ever wonder how come this, that, and the other? You know, something that maybe they've never thought of, you know, like for instance, hey, you ever wonder how come we can see boats way too far out in the ocean when we're supposed to be on this ball? Does that make sense? Or if we've been whirling around through space all these millions of years and shit, how come we still use all the same constellations in the same place all the time? You know, get them wondering about that. Now, they may take that seed and go with it, or they may just kind of go, oh, what difference does it fucking make? In which case, that's a person that's already beat the fuck down. They ain't going to care one way or the other. As long as they got a warm meal, a place to shit, and a place to lay their head, they're in good shape, you know? And that's pretty much all they worry about.
Most people are humans. We all know that.
Well, there's a lot of them, but I'm saying, and you said yourself, you're seeing some enlightenment coming about from some of the most unlikely of people that you would normally go, oh my God, like you said before, how the fuck did you run across that? Right?
Yep.
And it's,
because you've experienced it too. I can tell.
Yeah, it's like, and it's amazing. It's amazing because people come onto this information, and it gets that to that 100th monkey effect. And like I said earlier in the show, I see a tipping point by the end of 2024. And I'm talking about, now I don't care fucking politically or any of that shit. That's like the fighting over a house that's already burnt down. I'm talking about as far as people's awareness and coming to the understanding of all of this being a bunch of bullshit. And that's what's led up to this destruction.
You guys all know that they're about to sign an agreement at the end of this year that agrees to advance the Agenda 2030 goals.
No, I'm sure they got all kinds of plans going.
No. I mean, there's like literally, that's like, it's going to happen. That's a real thing. They're like, hey, all these nations get together at this summit and sign on to aggressively advance these communist goals. That for sure is really happening. So everybody should really be seriously taking note of what I just said, because that's for real. Either buy firearms or go whatever you feel necessary to prepare for that. But that's what they're doing, because we're at 2023. And it's
I was gonna say what Dave was saying. No, I do that at work all the time at restaurants. When I'm delivering there, once I kind of start to know the people there, then the topic I started with is Mandela effect. Even if it's like kind of divisive, that's the first place I start asking questions. I'll start asking people like, hey, what does the Monopoly guy look like? Or little questions like that.
The only thing I can say about this, and I probably shouldn't even say it, but I'm going to say it, right, is that when you have an extreme multiplicity of possibilities, right, but there is a determinative. Now, when you look at the concept of a multiverse to begin with, you have to understand that it's basically an extreme variation within determined possibilities. So they always come to a bottleneck of a decision point, right? And so always the end of an age is going to be the bottleneck of every timeline collapsed into one. Right? So you're going to experience shit that's like, it's just kind of like that. You know what I mean? And then it's going to be like a decisive situation where it's not necessarily determined one way or another, but we can all kind of figure out which way we want to go depending on what we focus our energy on.
Well, I'll tell you something. As far as
you don't got to convince me
with the way this Mandela effect thing is I see again more cases of methinks the lady doth protest too much going on as far as that's concerned, because this should be something people are going, hey, wow, that's really fucking crazy. No, I heard Nubs talking about where he'll, his way of asking people. And one of the ways I've done it is like with Isaiah 11:6, say something absurd, and get them to correct you.
I will say something.
And I'd say like, just like it says that the snake will lie with the lamb.
I will say something absurd right now. Dimensional timelines are collapsing in on each other to converge at a focal point in creational evolution. That's what's happening.
Okay.
Maybe.
So the specific changes that are occurring in these texts, almost by black magic. And what I was saying is like, I'll get them to correct me. You see, like say something like, like it says in Isaiah 11:6 that the rattlesnake will lie with the lamb. And they'll go, no, that's a lion. And I'm like, are you sure? We better check.
It was a wolf, wasn't it?
It's a lion, but now it's a wolf.
Right.
And here's the thing. If it's always been wolf, not only are there a lot of churches that should get their money back for stained glass windows, but think about all these people who've buried their children that have unfortunately died before their time, and they bought those tombstones with Isaiah 11:6 stenciled into, carved into the tombstone of Isaiah 11:6, and actually with depictions of the lion and the lamb on the top of the tombstone. Those people would be really pissed off. How'd they get ripped off? How does somebody chisel something in stone so errantly? You see what I'm saying, man? This is fuck that. It don't
you want to hear my thing on the lion and the lamb?
Yeah, man.
So when I first started looking into the Mandela effect, I remember first looking into it, and I grew up Jehovah's Witness, so most of my Bibles are the Jehovah's Witness Bible.
I have one of those here too. Yeah.
It was lion and lamb when I first looked into it with that Bible, because a lot of the Mandela effects are not changed in that one.
Right.
But, it was like 3 or 4 months after I looked it up, then it changed to wolf and lamb. And then not only that, when I was a kid, the Jehovah's Witness has this kids book for Bible stories. It's just called Bible Stories. And it's this yellow book. And on the inside, there was like this painting of a little boy with a little lamb and a lion cub in his lap. Well, I went and looked in the book. It's not even in there now.
Wow.
And there's not like a wolf in there. Like the picture's not in there. And I seen that picture when I was a kid a million times.
I have a New World Translation Jehovah's Witness Bible right here. And it says in there, Isaiah 11:6, the wolf will reside for a while with the lamb, and with the young goat, the leopard will lie down. But in the KJV, it was always lion. We also have, hundreds and hundreds of instances of lion and lamb ministries worldwide. You can just do a Google search for lion and lamb ministries and you'll find all kinds of them. These people are just making mistakes. You see tablets becoming tables of stone. Now, where my intervention thing came in, Thrash, is where one that really, I wouldn't say it was a defining point, but it was an affirming point. When I went and got this other King James Bible down at the thrift store, and I was using it so that I could highlight different Mandela effects in the various scriptures. And I had just got done with the one in Exodus where it said that thou shalt have no other gods before me, for God's name is jealous, and he is a jealous God. And it actually has the word jealous capitalized as a name. And so I just highlighted that, and I went and flipped through the pages of the Bible looking for another one, and this little piece of paper fell out that took me to the Psalms. And it fell out, and on it was written a verse out of Psalms, I think 83:19, and it says that it's the one where it says that. So I looked it up, and it was the one that says that men shall know that you by your name being Jehovah, and I was like, wow, that fell out right after I got done highlighting the part where it said his name was Jealous. And the only thing written on this little piece of paper, it was obviously a bookmark used by the previous owner. I got it at the thrift store. And on it, that was the only thing written, was that psalm and the verse and chapter number. And I went right to it to see what it was. And boom, that's the one it was. I was like, holy cow.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that one. So a few months ago, when my grandpa was still alive, I would try to find stuff at night and then go ask him questions.
Mm-hmm.
So then I showed him that. I said, well, look, it says jealous. His name is Jealous. Not that he's a jealous God, that his name is Jealous.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the look on his face was like, that's not right. I said, exactly. His name's Yahweh or Jehovah or whatever. And he's like, yeah. He was confused for sure, because that's definitely changed.
So 2 things, if I might interject. One of the things that I've been looking into is like genealogy and like tracing peoples, and there's a guy on YouTube. His name is Kuti Mayo. I would definitely recommend anybody go check his channel out. He reads books, old books, really old books, and brings up some really interesting genealogy questions and placement. Like, not only, personally, I think the Bible is very much so true. I just don't think it happened where we think it happened. And I think there's definitely a split between the Old Testament and the New Testament. I think it's 2 stories that are put together that don't quite, they correlate because of convenience. I'll put it that way. And without getting into a long ass conversation about that, nevertheless, the other thing is symbology and the symbolism of ancient crests and stuff like that, like family crests. Like, my family lineage goes back to the Nordic kings in the 8th century. And obviously probably before that, but I just don't have the ability to get back.
Hold on. To clarify, his lineage goes back to the court of kings, but that was the jester of the court. Okay. So kind of misleading now.
No, we were not. We were definitely not the kings. We were in their family.
I pay attention to details.
No,
that's why these fucking Globers can't stand it. They can't stand it because I pay attention to the details. And
well, the devil is in the semantics.
Well, it was when Red's rhetoric was going on, and I says, well, how the fuck did you use that? What the good is this parallax? How do you know how far away those stars are? And he said, astrometry. And I was like, yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. How did you measure those stars? And he just kept saying astrometry. Well, astrometry means measuring the stars. So when I asked him, I was like, well, how did you measure the stars? He just answered with a different way of saying, we measured the stars.
Right.
Which is dumb because it totally takes away from what I was saying in the first fucking place. You have to have a starting point. You have to know one of those things at least to even begin to know what the fucking movements, distances, speeds, or anything else, any of the rest of that horse shit is. And who knows? It's just, come on, man. And if you always picking out the assumed values. It's like when he was telling me about finding how far the space station was.
It is that simple.
Oh, we saw Mars. We know that Mars is so far away, you know. And how the fuck do you know how far away Mars is?
There's no way that they can. None.
No. I mean, it's like
there's no way. No, there's literally no way. There's no way. They can't even leave where we're at. There's literally no way they know anything.
Once you get up past like about 120,000 feet, 127,000 feet, you can't see the fucking stars anymore.
Yeah, so, isn't that weird?
What's up with that, man?
Yeah, right. Exactly. But
yeah, it's almost like they're projected onto a certain layer or something, maybe. I don't know, man.
No, so it begs another question, right? What is it that
it's
knows?
The angle.
No, what is it? Can you imagine? So we all know that this is bullshit we're talking about with the globe, all that bullshit.
Oh, it's crazy.
Right? So what is it that exists on a level that is actually intelligent enough to concoct an operation to deceive the entirety of humanity?
I was just watching a movie.
No, I'm saying it exists. So first of all, I'm not saying it does not exist, because
fucking penguins, man.
No, they're not. No, but what the fuck? Like, think about that, right?
I know, man.
Like, but what if? Because no human. Think about it. It is the smartest person. I know some smart fuckers, smarter than me, and I'm very smart. I'm sure everybody can concur that they're fairly intelligent and they know more intelligent people. So there's a shit ton of intelligent people in the world. I mean, comparatively, we've got mostly NPCs, but the amount of intelligent people, I mean, when you think about intellectual...
That's what we're up against, guys. Oh, what happened?
What do you mean?
Oh, what happened? Everything froze. Oh, we're back now.
I just watched a... go ahead.
But I mean, what did we...
Is everybody working?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So check it out. I started watching Under the Dome. I only caught I didn't watch the entire thing. And so I started watching that thing again and looking at it with different eyes. And some of the symbolism in this shit is amazing. Amazing. So the center of this dome, they found like another dome with a black egg. And I was like, oh shit. It had to be black, right? It had to be like a black rock.
Is this that show where it's like that town?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been wanting to see that. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty trippy, man. This dome like just comes down and it's like you can't get through it. It's almost got like a static charge to it.
Yeah, and like the trailers, like one of the guys goes like flying like a fireman or something like that. Oh, the truck or something like.
Yeah. It was like, it come down right in the middle of the road, and there's this truck coming down the road and doesn't see it and shit, and just wham, smashes into it and just fucking crushes the truck. And nothing happens to this dome. And I was like, I'm watching it with. I kind of glanced over it when it was on before, and I missed a couple episodes, got caught up and shit. I wasn't really into it, but I started watching it with like different eyes and seeing so much of the symbolism involved in this thing. It's amazing once you start picking into it. So I got through it, 7 episodes so far. and I'm intrigued, but I couldn't watch any more tonight because any of them tonight because I had to get ready for this show, and so I don't want to watch them without the old lady because we're watching it together.
Have you guys ever heard of a show on Netflix called Disclosure?
No, I don't think so. Oh, what
sounds kind of familiar.
So I haven't seen the actual movie. I watched a review from a channel that I actually really like. The guy, he's pretty smart. I'm not trying to channel drop or anything like that. So, but at any rate, he did a review on it, and it was from a perspective of a open disclosure. Like, what is being said in this movie that could be potentially out there? And it was about the human experience and about what we're talking about, the powers that be. It was kind of interesting, his take on it, and it's encouraged me to go watch the movie itself. Just because I'm curious, because it's one of those, if it's openly called disclosure and there's a mad scientist that are cloning people, I'm down.
Dude, I have to say this. I think that they're pushing that Project Bluebeam shit hard as hell. And it's actually in danger of actually working. Because, no, it literally is.
Yep.
It's actually seriously effective the way they're deploying it. It's fucking crazy.
There's more and more I'm seeing everywhere. They're really pushing this whole thing. Big channels are, talking to quote unquote whistleblowers. And I'm like, whistleblowers, huh? And they're allowed to go talk on several different platforms, right? Yet people that, were going to whistleblow about the FBI come up missing and shit like that, come on, man.
No, they're basically telling us they're going to go ahead and try it.
Oh, they are. They've got a lot invested into it. So I'm seeing a lot of these things even on TikTok, people with these videos. Oh, what's that thing? Oh, what's that? And shit. And I'm like, it's a fucking CGI bullshit's what that is.
Well, like that Lou Elizondo guy. Oh my gosh. Listen to interviews with him. Absolutely ridiculous.
Who's it? Oh, now which guy is he?
He's like was part of the UAP task force or whatever, and like everybody interviews him, and he's like I don't know, he's like some former military guy. He works with like that Tom DeLonge. Yeah, or whatever.
Yeah, it's amazing that all these are coming out right now, just like, in time.
I heard one where they were talking about the hitchhiker effect and stuff, and the guy, so they asked him, "Oh, well, what could you tell us about the hitchhiker effect? And does it affect people that see UAPs?" And he's like, "Oh, that's a great question." And then he never answers it. And then just at the end, he basically said like, "Oh, well, I'll talk about that here later in the interview." Nothing.
What's the hitchhiker effect? What's that?
It's like people like if you go to like a super haunted location or something, like a demon could attach to you and stuff, and like people get like see shadow people and stuff after they have like experiences and stuff like that.
When you open doors, if you don't reclose them, things come through doors.
Well, as I understand, a belief that demons are actually the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim that are neither deemed worthy of heaven or earth, and so they have to roam about disembodied. And this is why they try to possess humans.
Yeah. So the hitchhiker is basically like people that like, it could be somebody paranormal investigating a place or something, and then like they do some ritual and bring something home because something comes home with them, or I don't know. I think there's like different kinds of like portals and like like ley lines and stuff all over.
Oh yeah.
Idea. We live on a battery, man. A battery.
Where is that?
It's a battery on a level you can't even imagine. It's a battery.
Let me see.
So I could possibly see there's like some sort of like weird interdimensional being aspect to the alien kind of thing.
Fuck yeah.
Where like something's like appearing as that, but then I also think like the government is like creating something.
Hold on. Where else were they? So you think it's either they're just the government is manufacturing these fucking variety of advanced beings that like
I think they're trying to play it off like it's things from out in space or whatever.
Maybe
But
having these homunculus, so to speak, as a vehicle for these demons to inhabit.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying? These biomechanical entities that they seem to be striving toward, maybe used as a vehicle for these disenchanted spirits to inhabit, and thereby be able to operate within this physical realm. We know that they can do that with alcohol. Well, when somebody imbibes alcohol, they do things that are detrimental.
Well, and along with the machines, I mean, they very well could also be in the interdimensional spaces, because people talk about DMT and the machine elves and mushrooms and the machine elves and jesters and stuff like that. I personally think that's kind of a similar thing, like being able to see into other dimensions and stuff.
Have you ever experienced DMT or like a psilocybin?
It's taking psychedelics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure, because people talk about things and they don't know about like psychedelics, and they're talking about something that they don't understand because they've never experienced it. So I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. No, psychedelics for sure. And that's what lets you know that you're living in like a simulation, like a holographic.
Oh, for real, man.
Yeah.
You learn this quickly.
I'm a big fan of microdosing, but stacking psilocybin and lion's mane with a little bit of turkey tail as well. Lion's mane is like, if you do research on mushrooms, lion's mane has more, in my opinion, it has more abilities to get you into a mindset and body set than any other mushroom that I'm aware of.
Oh no, 100%. Yeah, the cordyceps too.
Yeah, like mushrooms are good stuff.
My grandpa was like an amateur mycologist. He like took classes and stuff.
Okay.
And he always went wild mushroom picking, and he would grow psychedelic ones in the front yard. He would let the horse trim the yard, and then the horse would shit, and then they would grow, and he would always pick them.
You got people around here that go crazy in the spring when the morels start to come up, man.
What happened to that land that happened on?
Who are you talking to?
Oh, what happened to it? Oh, you want to know what happened to it?
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. It used to be a big ranch with huge corrals and stuff. And then we rented the place. And I remember as a kid, we had the horses and everything. And then the landlord sold it to another landlord. And then he turned it into an RV park. Like, completely tore up everything. There was no corrals or anything anymore. And it was just like storage for trailers.
Damn.
Yeah, all that was left was like this like island of where the house was.
That is the exact reason why I asked. Go ahead.
Did you see that? Have you guys seen this? This is fucking great. This is where our society has devolved to. I just think this is funnier and shit. Let me put it up.
The world has changed. I feel it in the water. I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air. Much that once was is forgotten. For none now remain unbanned who remember it. It began with the forging of the great pronouns. 3 were given to the twigs: slender, androgynous, and queerest. 7 to the power bottoms, great reverse miners and plunderers of the chocolate halls. 9 pronouns were gifted to women with septum piercings, who above all else desire power. For within these pronouns,
Those people were way too skinny to have that color hair.
but they were all of them deceived. For another pronoun was made. In the land of Tweeter, the fires of Mount Maya, the Dark Lord bade them forged in secret a master pronoun, and into this pronoun they them poured they them's cruelty, they them's malice, and they them's will to dominate all life. One pronoun to rule them all.
What does it say, Frodo?
I don't understand it. I don't understand, Gandalf.
It's because it's stupid.
It's because it's stupid. You notice that was Gandalf, the wizard, informing of the stupidity of what was going on from the Dark Lord. You think about that, the symbology there. I mean, it's the same symbology as in the story itself, but
in the land of Tweeter.
Tweeter. In the land of Tweeter. All right, y'all. I'm going to bed. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, Nubs.
Peace out.
So I got one of Ryan's good buddies on here. Ryan loves these people.
When it was discovered that drugs could be produced from petroleum, America's top oil mogul ordered his army of propagandists to invert reality accordingly. Medicines used for thousands of years were suddenly classified as alternative, while the new, petroleum-based, highly addictive, and patentable drugs were declared the gold standard. After buying the German pharmaceutical company that manufactured chemicals of war for Adolf Hitler, Rockefeller leveraged his political influence by pressing Congress to declare natural healing modalities unscientific quackery. Rockefeller then took control of the American Medical Association and began offering massive grants to top medical schools under the mandate that only his approved curriculum be taught. Any mention of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to Rockefeller's plan were crucified by the media, removed from the AMA, and stripped of their license to teach and practice medicine. Those who dared to speak out were arrested and jailed. When evidence began to emerge that petroleum-based medicines were causing cancer, Mr. Rockefeller founded the American Cancer Society, through which he suppressed that information. John D. Rockefeller is credited as the founder of the pharmaceutical industry, and the reason that medical error is currently the 3rd leading cause of death in America. This is not an indictment against doctors. More than anyone, they are under the stranglehold of the single largest lobbying power in Washington. Every year, the pharmaceutical industry spends at least twice the amount as big oil to influence laws, policies, and public perception. Thanks to Mr. Rockefeller, the architect of American monopolies, no industry has more power over our lives than Big Pharma.
No, hell no, there isn't. No, there literally is no greater power than medical. Nothing, dude, medical supersedes every single thing on the face of the earth. It does.
It does. Look at what did Barbara just said. So they made cannabis illegal in 1937, the same year adrenochrome allegedly was discovered, because Jehovah created us with an endocannabinoid system, and cannabisum, is his miracle plant. But yeah, listen, anything good for you, they're going to say, get it out of here. You don't do it. Look at how fucking healthy I am. And I've been smoking weed for, 43 years. Yeah. So
yeah, it talks about it. Not exactly this wording, but like in the Bible that like, plants that they don't, they're not evil. They don't have, there's not, if it's a plant, it basically like there's nothing wrong with plants and be using them for medical purposes and all their medicinal needs and all the different plants and everything.
Yeah.
It should be categorized with any other plant that has a medical benefit to it.
See, 1937, as Barbara pointed out, the same year adrenochrome was supposedly discovered, and also the same year Snow White came out, the animated Walt Disney cartoon, and it traumatized a lot of little kids. My dad had nightmares up into his 80s. He had nightmares up into his 80s of that fucking witch from Snow White. He literally did. And if you think about it, that was pretty gruesome. She was going to, have that fucking woodsman bring back her heart, and he brought back a heart of a pig instead. I mean, that's some pretty gruesome fucking shit. But also we've got the Mandela effect that took place on that with the mirror on the wall is now magic mirror on the wall. So that's kind of fucked up. And I think you were muted, Thrash. Were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say when I was a kid, that Snow White witch, I was petrified. I remember like laying in bed and like just scared to death, just thinking like something like that was going to get me.
Yeah, man. Well, for me, it was the flying monkeys from Wizard of Oz. And that's another fucking Mandela affected one too, because she, fly, my pretties, fly. She never said that now. She just said fly, fly, fly.
No, she said fly, my pretties.
Now it's changed. It's
I know.
Fly, fly. And I remember that because she was always, that woman, she got burned and spent some time in the hospital from that smoke, doing that smoke writing scene on the broom. That fucking broom exploded and caught her on fire, man. She got hospitalized from that. Another thing people don't know is that the part of the woodsman, or the Tin Man, was originally cast with Buddy Ebsen. Jed Clampett from the Beverly Hillbillies, because he was quite a dancer. And Buddy Ebsen was quite a dancer. He was from vaudeville times, and he was allergic to the silver paint that they used. And so they had to bring that other fella in. Eric Stoltz was originally cast as Marty McFly for Back to the Future too. What was I watching? This movie where they kept fucking with the timeline. And it was crazy because this dude, he's sitting there talking, and the guy says, yeah, like Eric Stoltz in the Back to the Future movie. And the guy's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's Michael J. Fox. And everybody's looking at him like he's crazy and shit. Because in this new reality, it was Eric Stoltz. And I was like, oh, that's crazy, because they did actually cast Eric Stoltz originally as Marty McFly. Here's somebody was saying they actually used a scene that still uses Eric Stoltz in the scene but you can't really tell.
It was a movie where that happened?
Yeah, this movie, I'm trying to remember what it was, where they fucked with this timeline. Man, what was that? I was watching it the other day. I like to sit here and smoke weed and find crazy ass movies and watch them, from time to time. And watching these movies with me, and it's great because you got pause and rewind and shit like that if you need to. But you remember that TV show Mystery Science Theater?
Oh yeah, I love that show.
All right, so watching a crazy movie and smoking weed at my house is like being in that show.
No, that's the same here.
All the time making little fucking comments and shit, and it's fun. It's fun, but we still no Michael J. Fox, no Back to the Future. Yeah, well, that's I don't know what all was involved with that whole switch up, because they'd already filmed a bunch of shit with Eric Stoltz. They'd already filmed a bunch of scenes with him.
Huh. Never knew that.
I don't know. Watched another cool one too, that was based on a book that I read. I still have it. I believe I still have it somewhere. And it was called Falcons of France. It was written in 1927, I think. And it centers around this guy from like Nebraska, and he goes off and fights in the war in this Escadrille de Lafayette, which was like a foreign legion of pilots. And they trained them to fly, and they were flying for France, but they were kind of like mercenaries. And really an interesting show, because it was showing how they were using Zeppelins for bombers and shit. And these fighter planes trying to come in and shoot this Zeppelin down while fighting off these triplanes and shit. It was like, wow. And I was thinking to myself, it was only a few years after the invention of the airplane, and already first thing they learn how to do is kill other people with the fucking things. It's like, hey, here's a neat thing. How can I kill people with it? Fuck, man. That's what we do, though. And then we get everybody in fear. Then we put everybody in fear so that they believe this fucking dumb shit right here. Hold on, I'm going to show you something. Watch this. This is crazy.
Hey, 1 second. I never heard of Eric Stoltz. I just looked him up. He literally looks just like Michael J. Fox.
He does look a lot like him, don't he?
Yeah, like they could be brothers. Like I would tell you that was Michael J. Fox if somebody showed me a picture of him.
What in the fuck is going on here? Why is my screen not showing? Oh, there it is finally. Good God, it took it that long. This is what they scare you with right here. Ooh, a model house blowing up. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's literally like a little model, like how they made Godzilla. I mean, look at that house. That was not a full house.
No.
It literally looks like a diorama.
It is. Literally is a diorama. Ooh, mushroom cloud.
Yeah, they made all those films at that Lookout Mountain in LA on top of Laurel Canyon. Yeah, that's where they had all their top secret films, and all the government films and everything were made there, and it was like a movie grade studio and everything.
I think I got one of where was that? I knew I had that. Here it is. Is this the one?
Okay, here's another conspiracy theory. You've seen all the grainy footage of nuclear.
All right, hold on.
Okay, here's another conspiracy theory. You've seen all the grainy footage of nuclear test blasts that you've sure with the mushroom clouds, and there are always these grainy things, and there's all these like little houses lined up, these little trees lined up, and it blows everything down. Yeah. Okay, so here's the question, right? So what happened? Okay, so this is great. Okay, you'll love this. So what happened to the camera? How is that happening yet the camera is like totally stable and fun?
Oh my god!
And by the way, the film is fun. The radiation that didn't cause any damage to the film.
Oh my god!
By the way, okay, we'll do this one. We'll do the loop one more time here. Let's see the car. Where's the car?
House just showed up.
Okay, so wait a minute. First of all,
wasn't there.
First of all, where'd the car
No
come
car.
from?
See, look,
car.
right here.
Does it really look like a
Car.
Yeah, it disappeared.
That's
Like
insane.
a cut in the film.
Or is that like, 12-inch,
Where'd the car come from?
right?
That does look fake.
The camera didn't move at all either.
You know what it looks like? It looks like
And the car just looked like one of those model cars that you
Yeah.
like the volume, like the size of it. It looks small. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it looks like something we're looking at something that's like a few inches tall.
If you watch like making of
Yeah.
any movies before CGI, whenever they do anything like that, it's always with these tiny models.
Yes. Yeah, this looks fake as shit.
Let's get another one. It's like, okay, but the camera's fine.
That's hilarious.
Oh, here's a good.
Ain't that some fucking shit? And that's what the people have been scared of that. People have been frightened by that for decades, man. There's people born, lived, and died completely feeling that they were really under the threat of something like that.
Oh, dude, that's all the CIA pushed was everything was how to stop communism. We're going to get nuked at any second.
Oh, they're bringing that same shit back. Listen, I'm hearing the same goddamn anti-Russia rhetoric that I heard in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
The same shit. They're going to fucking nuke us. Our president's going to get us nuked. Blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, they got their little fucking boogeyman over in Korea that everybody's so worried about. It's like, shut up. Nobody's fucking scared. Stop. You know?
Yeah,
that
that North Korea thing, I swear that's CIA also.
I think North Korea is a CIA op, man. I don't think it's anything what they tell us. It might be a goddamn paradise. You know, if anything's an indication that everything they tell us is the exact opposite of what it really is, then it would stand to reason that they make it sound so terrible because it's not. You know, that would fit right in line with everything that they do. And we can't forget William Casey saying that we'll know our plan is complete when everything the American public thinks is true is a lie. Boom. Busted, Captain, you know? And so now we know behind that agenda, but there again, that attempt to get everybody immersed into this.
The fear.
Yeah, and into this earthly consumer
correct.
Yeah, it's to keep you immersed in the ego at the expense of the higher self. And it's like I've said before, the higher self versus the ego, God versus the devil. Boom. There it is. You know, you have to not give way to the fleshly desires except for, there is no other choice. Like you need food, you need shelter, you need that kind of thing. And of course, so you want those things, but there are a lot of things that we actually only want, but we don't really need. In fact, a lot of things that most people want, if they actually had it, would probably destroy them. You see what I'm saying? Because we have this, when you start going down the road of the ego and self-indulgence, it's a slippery slope. It really is. And it can lead you right into destruction, and often does.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, I think it's part of that ebb and flow.
Yeah, the whole ego thing. Yeah.
More things on here too. There was another thing about gravity.
Hey, earlier I posted in the chat that launch earlier.
Yeah.
The timestamp.
Yeah, I got it. I got it up at 37 minutes. That's what you said.
Yeah, you might want to take a picture of it because that shows that little Windows error.
Let me see.
It's like on the third graph. It won't even load, and it just says that you need to register.
Oh, it says activate Windows. Go to settings to activate Windows. Oh my fucking god! You got to be shitting me. Hold on a second.
They're in the launch.
This is no shit. Hold on. Let me figure this out. 1 second. Let me stop screen. Share screen. You got to be fucking kidding me. Look at this shit down here. You see this down here?
Yeah.
Let me pull this up full screen so people can see it better. You can see this down here. It says activate Windows. Go to settings to activate Windows. So what do they just?
Well, and then earlier they'd launched a rocket, and then like it got to a point, and then all of a sudden they went to this thing because they said the clouds cover it and you couldn't see it anymore. And it was like in orbit in like 17 minutes or something like that.
God, yeah.
And they said it would take 2 days to reach the ISS base station.
Have you ever thought about this, man? How the fuck would you navigate in space?
How would that navigate once it's out there with no more rockets? How is it gonna meet the space stations? They're supposed to both be in orbits.
Right. So, I mean, that would be like, and look, that orbit's like 17,000 miles an hour, right? That's faster than a fucking bullet, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, how do you shoot a bullet with another bullet? Right? You imagine that. I shoot a bullet from downrange and you come up and you got to hit it tip for tip. You got to hit it tip for tip.
It's possible, but very, very slim.
Yeah, it is. It's like damn near totally impossible.
1 out of a million or something.
Exactly, man. It's like that shit don't even make any sense.
Hey, guys, I'm going to go lay down. You guys have a good night.
All right, you too, Ryan. Thanks for coming on, bro.
Later.
Yeah, that's right there is some fucking bullshit, you know?
Yeah, and people said they saw the rocket in like North Carolina, and then other people are saying I can't see it in North Carolina, and
right. People see it. Oh, that must be it right there. They're hopeful. The hopeful people will absolutely see it.
But it had 60,000 people in the live chat in the live.
Oh my God. I can't believe there's that many people really believe that shit. You know?
I don't know why it popped up on my YouTube. It said live. I'm like, all right, I'll click on it.
Oh my God.
The launch was like 2 minutes away. So I just stuck around.
That was like an invitation or something.
Yeah.
Was this pretty good? Hold on a second. Oh yeah, this was pretty good too. This has got some shit with Eddie Bravo. I don't know if you like him.
Yeah, I like him.
That's crazy.
To a degree.
That's the craziest thing. It really is. It's really not though, but it is. You know, people kept coming up to me, have you looked into flat Earth? I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you're crazy.
Yeah, I'm about a 1 on that one. I think the Earth is round. I think we went to the moon.
I don't believe the Earth is flat at all. I think I can disprove flat Earth.
That's the typical story. Everyone's trying to debunk it.
The world is not flat.
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat. This Earth is flat. That's fucking insane. The Earth isn't flat.
I was violently opposed to it. I was mad at people that would bring it up.
There's no fucking way the Earth is flat.
A friend of mine was posting all these things on Facebook. It was pissing me off. You know, I was like, what the fuck? Is he fucking with me?
God, this is a fucking nightmare. I can't be a flat Earth person. I like flat Earthers. That means they think for themselves. And they're skeptical.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
The only problem with the flat Earth rabbit hole, or whatever you want to call it, is it's kind of hard to beat.
God damn it. The Earth is clearly not a fucking spinning ball.
Started going into the
research, and boom. Oh, fucking stupid. Unbelievable. Like, how the fuck are we supposed to handle all of this? There's nothing compares. Nothing compares to the whole quote-unquote flat Earth research rabbit hole. And then I remember feeling kind of sad because I was like, there's no way I'm ever going to have my mind blown this hard ever again. There's nothing more mind-blowing than realizing that we've been lied to the point where we don't even know where we are. I can't think of any other experience topping it.
This can't be reality.
Needs to sink in for people to see this in the big picture, because the perspective of what we've been taught and how Truman-y this Truman Show really is vital to us fighting this. It is.
You have to know what game
Who's that?
in order to fight it, right?
To fathom the reality is so terrifying to most people that they just can't do it. Like there's some sort of mental block. It's like you either got to believe the official story as it's told, or you have to believe that like all of these trusted networks are in it together. There's some sort of massive conspiracy. It goes all the way to the top. And that idea is so horrifying that people just reject it outright. I mean, these people and their ability to control the minds of the masses is admirable, if not completely evil. This entire establishment, this entire corrupt structure relies on mindless, unquestioning obedience. And it might not seem like that, but in reality, they keep you in a very confined, mental state where you can't break out of that until someone like Alex Sainz shows up. Like the woman from the 1984 commercial in Apple, who just throws the hammer through the screen and shatters the reality and hopefully shakes you out of this delusion that you're trapped in, this coma that you're asleep in.
Not enough people question the reality in which we live in. I just want you to ask the questions that are right in front of you. I want to try to address the elephant that is in the room that we constantly ignore.
Flat Earthers get banned on YouTube.
Why are they banning it?
If they hide it, somebody's trying to cover something up.
Absolutely, because if it was so ridiculous, then they would allow the counter narrative and they would allow discourse and discussion.
Why would they do that? Why, Alex? Why would they do that? Because Google cares about us.
Alex.
Exactly.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
So fake.
So fake.
Do they think we're stupid? It's like Santa Claus for adults. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. It's just laughable.
But on good authority, that space is fake. So
Really?
Really?
Whatever math that we have for the current size and shape of the Earth has been proven wrong. I mean, it's been proven wrong. You can't deny it. That's just, in my opinion, a fact.
NASA resumes they received to work there, it's like, are you proficient in Photoshop?
Everything that comes out of NASA is fake.
It's all fake. I mean, kind of like space.
NASA's in the business of faking everything.
You denying space?
A little bit. Right.
And that's normal. Everybody that's into flat Earth, it was very hard for them to get into it. And admit it took like a year and a half for them to admit it.
I've never seen a former flat earther. Nobody's ever seen what the actual shape of the Earth is, and then been like, you know what? Neil deGrasse Tyson really does give me a good argument because it's literally ridiculous. And when you study history and this dark art stuff, you realize that this long con has happened for a very long time to teach everybody what is up is down.
Nobody is upside down. That's one of the dumbest things you morons say.
Is that intrinsic direction of down caused by gravity?
What's the difference? What's down on a globe?
The entire point of the Copernicus system that is being utilized now is to try to prove there is no up, there is no down, there is no heaven above, there is no nothing. Well, no right, there's no wrong.
What's the difference? What's down on a globe?
There is no up or down.
It's all just a con. It's all just a play they're putting on.
And everyone believes it.
Every time you think Greg Reese can't top himself, he does. It's just absolutely amazing stuff.
Even like the so-called smartest people in the world will all be like, these flat earthers are retarded, Plus, flat earthers know that once a person says that, they're basically just admitting that they either haven't even bothered to look, or they're not smart enough to understand that the math doesn't add up. One of the two things.
You're a globe part.
It's all bullshit.
The long con.
Maybe this really is the long con.
I think you're onto something.
So I think that your motive can ring true, especially with other situations. Want to beat us down and want to make us feel like we're insignificant.
They want to make you feel like your life is just an accident, but it's not.
I'm a creationalist. I believe this was created into the intelligent design, for sure. 110%.
Big time.
I'm very much in the intelligent design camp. You have to realize there is a creator and that there is some sort of purpose in life and that we're not just some big bang cosmic accident. We didn't just evolve from pond scum. There's somebody that played play on the record player that put all this stuff in motion. So we need to connect back to that spirituality. I think you understand the level of deception that goes into these schemes.
We've been living in a matrix. We've been living in an artificial world with artificial history, artificial science this entire time.
More and more it's being proven they're a bunch of damn liars.
We're not the crazy people. You're the liars.
No, they lied about this. No, they lied about that. They lie about things.
The government lies all the time.
We would rather be thought as a
What?
We're not trusting criminals. They're a fucking sellout and a traitor for defending them.
That message needs to be resonated here with the facts and the truth every day. Fires will be kindled to testify that 2 and 2 make 4. Swords will be drawn to prove that leaves are green in the summer. You're not crazy. They're the liars. With the proof, with the evidence.
You can do the math, guys.
Basic curvature math.
The math is right there. Everyone's prove you're on a flat plane. Okay, there it is. It's right there. That's the flat, not moving plane. How about you prove you're on a spinning ball?
And it all goes out the window and you realize it's all bullshit.
It's all a lie, folks. It's all a lie.
Yeah, I get where I don't believe any of this crap anymore. It's like mass psychosis.
Wouldn't they do this? Of course they would.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
Really don't understand why they cannot wake up, why they cannot see how this works.
Dangerous misinformation, like the earth is flat and that humans have an immune system.
Yes, it's close.
But that was a good mashup.
Fucking that fucking Andrew Tate dude.
I know. I don't know what to think, man. That dude is just, he's just a face. He's one of these faces.
Oh yeah,
putting these motherfucking faces out there for us to be looking at all the time.
No, I remember when I was a kid, I would my grandpa would tell me, have you heard of the Flat Earth Society? He said, yeah, there's people that believe the earth is flat. And when I was a kid, I was like, what? That's crazy. And then here, when I first started getting into it, I went down and talked to him about it. And he was listening. And then he would pose like other questions that I didn't quite have the answers to. And he started talking about plane routes, and he started talking about all the plane routes and everything. And I'm like, well, I'll look into it and I'll come back. And then I started showing him the plane routes and all that. And he never would say, but he had like a grin on his face. Like this, like it made sense to him.
Well, I remember my grandfather, he was a bright man, he was really intelligent. And I remember when I was a kid, him talking about, when they were talking about doing this moon landing, he says, there ain't no goddamn way in hell those people ever went up there. He says, there's no way. And I thought, no, you're crazy. We saw it on TV and shit, and I thought, oh, it must just be an old people thing. But he came from a time when he actually saw this change take place. He came from a time where the schools were somewhat standardized, but he was, 8th grade was as far as you went. That was it. But to this day, I tell you what, I could put his 8th grade final exam in front of several people, college people, and they would not be able to pass it, at all. I mean, this guy, you got it. That's all you needed. If you were going to go on and maybe go to college or something like that, then you went to higher education. That was more like preparation for university and that kind of shit, or to get maybe a higher position. But most people, that was as far as you went. 8th grade was a sufficient education for everybody.
Hello. So I don't really want to throw off your show, but I have something I need to say to you.
Okay.
So the last time I was on here, I accused you of blocking my account, and you told me that you didn't do so.
Right.
And I'd like to ask you, you haven't blocked my account right now, correct?
No.
Okay, so I must apologize to you. I don't believe that you blocked my account. I do believe, however, that you have a rogue mod. And
Well,
the
that
reason why
when you said that, I can click on your thing, as you know, I can go right into my chat right now, and I can pull up a list of everybody that's blocked and everybody who's a moderator and that kind of thing. It's very possible a rogue moderator may have timed you or whatever. I don't know. But also, Jeebus Crisp was recently having a problem as well. He's not blocked, but he was trying to put things in the chat and they weren't coming out. And and I double checked, and there was nothing going on with his account either, as far as my end was concerned. And
because I've tried to make several.
Yeah, he messaged me, and I was like, "No, dude." And I checked right then when he messaged me, and there was nothing on my end. I don't know. YouTube's a bitch.
I just thought I'd extend an apology because it's possibly not on your end, but apparently it seems like I'm blocked again.
Oh, I don't know. I don't see it. No. I have very few people blocked. I went through and I had to look, and a bunch of them were those fucking ass hats that came over from Paul Unslaved with sock accounts. And, it's just sort of like playing whack-a-mole, and so they're not even active accounts or anything. So I don't really have to worry about them anymore. So I took them down. So I don't have a big list to have to go through. Only got a very small number of people blocked on here. One of which is kind of a off the fucking hinge guy, Illuma Tommy. Did you catch that one, Thrash, where he came on here and he threatened me and Brian Stavely that if we didn't say the Earth was a globe, he was going to kill us?
No, I never.
Yeah. And then he strangely disappeared off the internet for a little while. I had him blocked from here because I don't need crazy people like that even doing.
I've seen some of the interaction with Luma Tommy, and I think that was a little off the hook. I mean, you should be able to at least do so without any serious threats or anything,
Yeah, I mean, goddamn, is that, I can't see. That's another. People get really unhinged over it. They really do. And I don't think that indulging in methamphetamines helps a whole lot with that either.
No,
no, that wouldn't
help. No, I would say that probably exacerbates it, if anything. And but somebody had told me that he was always in somebody else's chat like all the time and going up on their panel, and then he wasn't around for a while. And somebody had said something about him having assumed room temperature. And I was like, well, I'm not surprised. And then he kind of came out of hiding or whatever and resurrected. And he was actually trying to make people think he was dead for some reason, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, that's an unhinged cat. Don't need him around.
Well, that was pretty much all I came up to do, was apologize because I wrongfully accused you.
That's absolutely cool, man. Thank you for that.
And you have a good night, sir.
All right, you as well, man.
Be safe.
You too. So yeah, that's I mean, there's a lot in this realm that is being hidden from us. This is really cool. I mean, these people existed. I mean, we see them, right?
Uh-huh.
Check this out, man. Why don't we see this anymore?
Yeah, it's not the same type.
That guy, what was his name that was in the world's records?
The guy with the glasses, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, Wadlow, wasn't that his last name? Wadlow, I think.
It might have been.
Ludlow or Wadlow. I know my grandfather met him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because he was, I think, from El Dorado Illinois, and my grandfather lived in the next town over in Saline County in Raleigh.
I've
Look at
been
this.
to that like Ripley's Believe It or Not museum, and they have like a huge model of him.
Yeah.
And I'm like 6'3", and I come up to like his like sternum or something.
God, look at that. Look at this guy's. No, I'm sure they probably used a short tailor too. I don't know. He seems to be about the same size as the other fella too. It's hard to judge. I'm kind of comparing him by that chair. Well, I mean, you imagine, man, that's trying to be a tailor for a guy like that.
Oh, that would be horrible. Look at his feet.
And I know, right? Hey, you know, everything he wore.
And they handmade shoes and stuff then.
It had to be.
Wow.
Good gravy. I mean, that's insane. People of that magnitude, you know, and I have no reason to doubt that there were more. And maybe still are, just not here. You know what I mean?
Well, like if you talk about the Bible, if you believe some of the stuff in there is true or at all or not, you know, when when they're like lost in the desert for 40 years roaming around, they run into a group of, I can't remember the name right offhand, but there's a whole separate group of giants.
The Refuting.
Yeah, and they have 6 fingers and 6 toes.
We were but grasshoppers.
But they're not associated with, they're not related to the Nephilim. They're like a whole separate race related to an actual lineage.
Yeah, the Raphaim, they were, I think that translates to the long necks.
Oh, okay.
And he says that we were but grasshoppers in their sight.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. But you see a lot of evidence in these old civilizations, you know, in ruins, in old buildings, these magnificently huge doors that they have to actually put a human-sized door in that door for people.
Yeah, like with the knocker, like 9 feet up.
What are you gonna do with that, right?
Yeah, so strange.
Who's gonna reach that? I know this is some of the stuff that, you know, and and you know, that when you discover how much they've actually lied to you about, nothing's off the table. Nothing's off the table because the quote unquote experts were nothing more than charlatans.
Yeah. Yeah, and the ones that talk about it or get silenced, or they make sure that nobody hears about it.
Yep. Yeah.
Because there's like that guy that excavated Catalina Island or whatever, and he found giant bones and stuff.
Oh God, yeah, they've been finding giant bones. The Vatican has actually been paying people in Sardinia to dig up and destroy giant bones.
Oh wow. Yeah, because there's that cave in California too.
Oh yeah.
And like all the people talk about like the stories that like the native culture, that there was red-headed people, and then they find like red hair or something with the skeleton.
Yeah. They found in what the fuck is the name of that place? It's in Nevada. Shit, I can't remember the name. There was they were digging in this cave for guano, and they found all these bones and red hair, double rows of teeth, 6 fingers. And it goes right along with the stories of the Paiutes, and that they were at war with these things, and they trapped them in a cave and set fire at the mouth of the cave, and that killed them. And then years later, they find these bones in this cave in the area that the legend speaks of. So that's pretty crazy.
So they killed it in the same way as the cave in California. That's crazy.
Yeah. This is who or what built the Mormon temple when that's a good thing. It was like 500 Mormons go out there, and then they got all this shit in 50 years. Get out of here.
Yeah, that is some pretty complicated architecture there. Like,
It's just too much. It's too much. It absolutely is too much to actually fathom and believe, you know. I thought I had something about that. Well, you find this kind of shit right here. See if I can bring this up. Right?
yeah.
Thousands of years old, huh? Sure. Yeah. What's that?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. See, how many people have, you know, saved up so they could go to England and go see Stonehenge, and it's nothing more than some kind of a fucking mock-up that somebody made.
Is that a metal core?
That's what it looks like.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Just a piece finally broke off or something.
Yeah.
Or is that a separate piece of stone?
No, that's metal or something. Look how squared off it is.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of got like channeling on each side.
Listen, there's all this shit that they come. Even when you look into how they came up with the dinosaurs, that's a joke. That's a fucking joke. Some guy, he'd been horsing about that there must have been giant lizards with no evidence whatsoever. And then this guy finds a tooth and sends it off to this guy to identify it. And the guy says, oh, this must have came from a dinosaur. And he drew this fucking dinosaur and said, this is probably what it looked like.
Oh,
and then right after that, then people started finding fucking dinosaurs.
He just based a whole animal based on the tooth.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep. That's what he did.
I've kind of heard this story before.
Yeah, it's a joke, man. It's a joke, and people think they take that serious. They get mad at you if you don't go along with their little story, and you're like, wait a minute, man. None of this makes any sense.
See, but there are some weird stuff with it for me. Like here in Colorado, there's the fluorescent fossil beds, and it's like a national park, not a national park, like a state park. And you can literally go there and dig up bones and
sure, I'm sure there's all kinds of animal bones and stuff from whatever kind of a event or cataclysm. We know it doesn't take it doesn't take millions of years to fossilize anything. We know this can take place in a very short period of time. Like I've seen the Grand Canyon, and I look at that and I was like, yeah, it didn't take millions of years to do that. That was pretty rapid. Rapid.
Did you hear that one story that came out years ago where it was the dinosaur bones they found, but it actually wasn't fossilized and it still had the muscle tissue, and they were able to like get DNA from it or something like that.
Sure, and they was watching,
and they were trying to claim that they're only like 6,000 years ago or something.
Well, you know, these ages, this is literally what they say. Okay. So they can tell the date range, the age range of the objects that they find by what layer that they're found in. Okay. And so they can tell the age of the layer that they find. They can tell the age of the layer by the stuff that they find in that layer.
I don't think so.
I mean, think about that. That's just circular logic. They know how old the stuff is by the layer that they find it in, and they know the age of the layer because of the stuff they find in the layer. What?
No way. No, you can literally look at a lot of like rock formations and stuff, and you can see where it almost looks like it was like literally just flooding, like a big flood happened and just moved some dirt over the top of it. Not that it's billions and millions of years ago, but it just looks like flooding moved that rock.
Right.
And then like a lot of them look like trees and stuff, like giant trees and like the tree roots and stuff, like big rock formations and stuff that they say aren't trees. Like the one in Wyoming, Devil's Tower, even though that's not technically the native name for it. It's like bears something. But yeah, that's clearly a tree. That was clearly a tree, and even the Lakota will tell you that it's a giant tree.
Like that Devil's Tower, like you talking about, like Devil's Tower. Yeah, there's several around that are like that, and they're finding that there's veins of minerals that are down below these things, like a root system. So
there's one guy that did like videos on like he does videos on the big trees and everything with the rock formations.
There's a few people that do that.
And he did Garden of the Gods, which is here in Colorado. And yeah, those formations, once you look at it, a lot of them do look like trees or some sort of giant tree system or something.
I was just looking to see, I had something on those trees here, but I don't know where it's at. It's getting late. I'm going to have to cut out here pretty quick. I'm going to grab myself something to eat and go to bed. It's getting to be late. I don't know where it is. I'll have to do one about that with the big trees and shit. That's an interesting concept because I'm fully on board with that. I think some of that shit with the giant trees and some of that. Now, there's a lot of people, they'll go to the hang on a second. Where did that come from? Oh, okay. Wait a second. Oh, okay. I was just checking out a message. But there's a lot of people, then it comes down to, oh, well, that means that all the mountains are trees. No. Oh, there's Joe. There's Joe's down here. Joe showed up. I was just
Dave, I'm sorry to be so late. I know you're wrapping things up, it seems like. Getting there. I was just doing some light research on Mandela effect, and I wanted to ask you guys a question if I could.
All right.
Sure.
Thanks. Yeah. My mic's over here. I just got a cheap
mic. I don't got to rush off.
Cool, man. Go ahead. Well, when was the first time either of you in the real world ever saw a car phone? Do you remember how far back?
70s.
Yeah.
And my grandpa's truck had like one in like an 80s like Ford pickup.
Okay. And I knew this hotshot art dealer that had one in 1989, 90, 91. What decade would you guys guess they were invented? Because I just saw an old thing. I think you guys have probably heard about this one, this Mandela effect.
Oh, wasn't it? I think I've seen that too, Joe, from like the 40s or 50s.
30s.
30s
in Germany. And just the other night, I recorded something on TV. I made a video of it. I'm going to release it pretty soon here. It was a video. It was like a little propaganda film to celebrate the police officers of Mexico City. And this was on the Turner Classic Movies. And they were showing footage of these cars, and they were saying that these special cars were equipped with car phones. 1943, Mexico.
Wow.
And to me, just when I picture even the super richest businessman in the 1950s, I just can't picture a car phone in the 1950s. Elvis Presley, jukeboxes, sock hops, drive-in movies. But I don't picture car phones being in existence back then.
No, I don't even remember seeing pictures of anybody even using one that far back.
I'm pretty sure that Brian Stavely has some videos of in Germany. There was like car phones in the 1930s.
I could buy that. Let me tell you something. Germany was on the cutting edge by the once they cut ties this is what people they got to understand, is that what the mustache man was doing in Germany was the same thing as Trump is trying to do here. And I'm not saying bad things. He was making Germany great again. Because after the devastating loss and reparations from World War I, having the rug jerked out from underneath them, they were winning. And the banks pulled a fast one on them, boy. And so that was one of the first things he did, was get rid of the central bank. And what was the next thing that happened? They started flourishing.
Yeah.
And they started becoming, by bringing back this national pride, they became number one in art, music, and science.
Yeah. Culture.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so this really did cause a prosperation of the German people. And much like what you're seeing happening with the MAGA movement is along those same lines, as people are tired of all this quote unquote globalist intervention, WEF infiltration, this control from outside on people in America. And so these people that are tending to be on the right are kind of going lockstep against that crap. And we're seeing the same type of political strife that was taking place between the so-called fascists and the communists when that whole struggle to power took place in the 20s and early 30s in Germany. We're seeing that same clash between the right and the left.
So do you think they could have had car phones in Germany?
I think that it's absolutely possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow, man.
I think it's possible.
Wow.
But, I mean, I think it's possible, but I don't ever remember hearing anything about that. I mean, I know they were on the cutting edge of most sciences, but also you got to figure too, in the late 40s, we had Royal Rife that most people have never heard of. And the miraculous shit that he was doing was with frequency and light in healing people. You know, I mean, the AMA put out a banquet in his name for and called it a celebration of the end of all disease.
Oh man.
Yeah.
From light.
From frequency. Yeah. He would isolate the disease in your blood and find its resonant frequency. And then much like how noise canceling technology would hit that with the frequency that was the antithesis of its resonance, and thereby gone. Fucking gone. See?
Jeez.
So no, it can't do that. That we could have healthy people walking around. Those aren't good customers at all. How are we going to peddle these petroleum-based fucking medicines and shit? You know?
Yeah.
So that's
Thrash.
Yeah.
I said, hey.
Hey.
What else, man? What else?
I've seen you quite a bit because I've watched a lot of Brian Stavely and stuff for a few years. So I've seen you on there and stuff before.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, Brian's a good guy. I like Brian.
I think he's going to put on a stream on maybe Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, that's what he said. He put a Facebook thing on there. What is that? Is this the one I was looking for?
Well, in the when I when I think back to the world that I grew up in, it seemed to me that like car phones would have been invented in the 1960s.
Yeah, it would seem that would fit the timeline of our technology and shit.
Yeah.
But didn't you ever wonder how we went so quickly?
No kidding, man. It's fucked.
From vacuum tubes to solid state.
Yeah.
I'm getting, and you think about how they don't share with us all their new ideas and their new inventions, or maybe they're not new at all, but they roll them out real methodically and slowly for us. But I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking that a lot of these NPCs are actually, they really are robots and fake people. And I know that if you cut one of those people in half, they would look just like a normal human cut in half.
Yeah.
Blood and bones and everything is the same. And I think they can do it. I mean, if they could create this internet thing and everything that computers can do and AI, I feel like they could, they could create something that like has skin and hair and can even procreate.
Yeah, they make the meats in labs now, don't they?
Yeah,
that's what they talk about, the chicken and all
well, it
that.
sure
they're starting
tastes
to
like
make.
it, man. The last time I had a pot roast, it didn't taste like a regular pot roast.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff has tasted different, certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm noticing that myself. It's almost like has a rancid air about it and to the palate. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when like a quarter pounder with cheese from McDonald's was scrumptious.
Yes.
Like it was damn good. It wasn't the best burger ever, but it was good. I mean, now you can't say that now.
Let's see. It says here that car phones and mobile radio telephone specifically designed for and fitted for an automobile. The originated Bell system was first used in St. Louis, Missouri, United States on June 17th, 1946.
Well, I have a film that says Mexico City, 1943.
But Peter Gunn. Aging yourself, wandering penguin. Aging yourself with that Peter Gunn shit now. Come on. Oh my God, I just aged myself too. Isn't it an early Henry Mancini piece, isn't it?
Hey, I know Henry Mancini. My grandpa loved Henry Mancini.
Oh, yeah, he was a brilliant composer. He was.
I used to listen to the James Bond soundtracks and stuff.
Oh, yeah,
you know what? My old man, he didn't buy a lot of music, but one of the only records he had was the James Bond soundtracks, like from all the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember my dad had those too.
That's cool, man. That's cool. And my grandpa, he had like the back room full of Louis L'Amour books. Remember Louis L'Amour?
Yeah. Man.
Western author.
Yeah. I've read Louis L'Amour books during periods of incarceration.
Oh man.
They're very popular in the correctional institutions.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I never even heard of him.
Oh my God, Louis L'Amour. Yeah. What about who is the guy that wrote the Sam Spade stories? And
Chandler?
No.
Raymond Chandler.
What was that one he wrote? The Jury. Oh Christ. Big mystery writer of the 30s and 40s.
Raymond Chandler.
No. I know, not him. It was not him. Mickey Spillane. Mickey Spillane. Yeah. I used to love those gangster books, man. Those were fucking great.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I love those old movies too, man. Yeah. White Heat with Jimmy Cagney is one of my all-time favorites. I love that. Top of the
Louis L'Amour.
What is it?
Louis L'Amour during periods of incarceration.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about.
I know.
Bing, 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 bing. Nice.
Yep. Those are they're very limited on their scope of literary prowess at the correctional facilities. I've noticed that.
I donated a bunch of books to the jail library.
Louis L'Amour and the Bible. That's pretty much what they got.
Hey, Flow State, when was the first time you ever saw a car phone, man?
My grandpa had one in his Cadillac when I was, it's probably 10-ish. I don't know. 8 to 12.
So
I'm 36.
Early 80s?
No,
Early
90s.
Okay.
90s.
Okay. I don't know.
Well, no, it might have been earlier. It was probably early 90s. Because towards the end of his life, he drove around Navigators. But when I was little, when he had the car phone, he had the town cars. Or no, it was a Cadillac. I don't know what kind. Anyways, yeah, probably 90s, early 90s maybe. Why?
I was just doing some Mandela effect research, some light research, wondering because I would have guessed car phones were invented in the 1960s, but apparently they go back to the 30s. That's all. Nothing urgent.
Trying to see if I can find something on that. Talking about, because I run across weird shit like that.
And it was a big deal to nobody needs to touch the car phone. We were reminded anytime he'd get out of the car and we weren't right on his ass. But I don't remember the dollar amount, but it was something absurd. Like it's like $150 a minute. Like,
did he have like a gigantic box in the trunk of his car that had to do with? No,
I don't think so. I think it was just kind of like where a shift would be.
Okay, yeah, that's where I remember them being.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Would I see a video of the show? Supposedly, it was an old movie. Showed these two women walk up with this little phone and plug it into a fucking fire hydrant, like clamp it to a fire hydrant, and then make a call with it. And it was like back from like
was it a Nokia
1800s?
Never seen that one.
One of those old brick Nokias that were indestructible. Probably.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, like this one. Look, I'll show you. This is fucking cool. This is a vintage. Hang on a second. Let me pause it. This thing. Oh, let me get rid of that one. Go here. Like that.
Oh wow.
Oh, he's got it paired to his regular phone. You have to, because all the old towers are down.
Welcome to Colin Oates, your emergency Hall and Oates helpline. To hear one-on-one, please press 1. To hear it go, please press 2. To hear Manny, please press 3. You're a rich girl, and you're gone. No, it don't matter anyway.
You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man's money. It's a bitch.
I remember a guy I worked for. He had one of those in the work van.
Oh wow, man!
And what's this one here?
This is something truly.
Hang on.
Incredible. Take a look at this lady. She obviously has a cell phone in her ear. This footage is from the 1930s. Actual archive footage from the 1930s. And she has a cell phone in her ear. Cell phones didn't exist, obviously, back at that time. It makes you realize and maybe wonder that she is a time traveler and possibly part of a network of time travelers one day. It makes you wonder when that might happen.
Definitely not the conclusion I came to.
That's a cell phone.
Yeah, I've always been suspicious of this particular piece of footage.
I am too.
They don't ever say where it comes from or what the source is.
Well,
Why did it only come
a
out
network of time? We're just going to jump to a network of time travelers. We're going to skip over everything in between.
How in the fuck would they be using those things if they rely on the on retransmission towers?
And good point. But also, if you're time traveling, do you think you still using cell phones at that point?
Well, no, you would you'd be breaking one of the first fundamental rules.
Don't talk about Fight Club.
Well, no, not besides that one. One of, not the first.
Oh, okay.
One of, like, you're not supposed to fucking tell people about the future. You can't show them anything that comes from the future. You can't do anything that could influence the future in any way, shape, or form. which
like
would
telling
mean
cops the truth. Never
you would
tell
have
cops
to
the
just
truth.
fucking stand still out of sight somewhere because your very presence could actually disrupt the timeline. You know, I mean, let's say you just go back to Los Angeles, 1950, right? And you're just standing there on the curb, acting like you're just one of the scenery people, right? So
Seems
you're observing
impossible.
shit. And somebody walks by and they notice you. And they stop and look at you for a second and then continue on their way. Well, had they not stopped and noticed you, they would have ran into some lady that was carrying some packages, and he would have helped her pick them up, and that would have ended up being somebody's fucking grandparents who would have never ended up existing. You see how that butterfly effect fucks up the whole thing.
I don't get it.
What
do you mean, Dave? What's that? How?
We'll just let that statement speak.
I'm confused.
We'll just let that statement speak for itself. We'll just leave it at that. Flow state doesn't get it.
I don't get it.
There you go.
I haven't seen all these movies.
Probably not. No, it's
never saw Back to the Future. Never saw Butterfly Effect. Never saw.
Oh my! This is some shit too. That like
what is going?
Oh, let me stop this for a second. This is like underneath the U.S. Capitol. Look at this crap, man. What is that shit?
What is going on in this picture, and why are there pillars under the U.S. Capitol? And why are there buildings on top of buildings? All of these questions lead you to the mud flood. And you may ask, what is the mud flood? The mud flood is a worldwide cataclysm that happened almost 200 years ago. This event wiped out many civilizations and buried many cities worldwide. This would explain why there are so many buried temples and structures around the world. And keep in mind, this was a worldwide event. And just look at this picture of these guys that dug up a statue at Easter Island. Look how far they had to dig down to reveal the whole structure. This just comes to show how huge this flood was. And you may ask, how in the world is a mud flood possible? Watch this video of dirt turning into mud with the correct frequency.
I think Barbara just put a curse on us or something.
What?
And many people believe the civilization before us were the Great Tartarians. But that topic is for another video. I highly suggest you look into the mud flood. It is a super interesting topic. And I always suggest you do your own research on these topics. Like and follow for more content like this.
Have you looked into that any flow state?
A little bit. It's not particularly. It just feels like a decoy truth to me.
I don't know. These are some of the shit that gets me is these, and I've seen it myself even in Europe and some of the old cities and shit here in the United States. You end up with these, like part of a window sticking up above ground, but the whole window, like 3/4 of it or more, underground.
And you've seen that in person?
Yes.
Because I don't think I've seen that in person.
And it's like,
if
why
I did, it
in the
didn't
world?
register.
You'd have to say, why in the world? First off, why wouldn't they grade the ground first? That would be first and foremost.
Well,
secondly, why would you bother building, and in some cases, entire doorways buried underground?
Now, I haven't seen them in
door
person.
Going out to the dirt, man.
But I can speculate that it's a lot easier if you've got standard ceiling heights.
So you're trying to tell me
it's going to be, and back then, if you're digging with spoons or whatever people had, it's going to be.
That's just it. If they're digging with spoons, but they've got the ability for this architecture, and they're bringing all this fucking material in.
All I'm saying is that people on construction sites cut corners all the time.
Well, here's another part of it too, is I look at some of these old photographs, these people, and here's this grand stone structure made of huge blocks, quarried and carved, blocks of stone, right? And the people standing around there are standing in mud, dirt, with horses and buggies. And they didn't, how did they get all that stone there without hardening the road? Where are the ruts? Why did they not go ahead and, you know, this is what you find. And then you see stuff like this when it gets uncovered. You see an entire floor or more underneath.
Have you seen, who's seen this stuff in person though?
And he never said nothing about it.
I did see some of this in person in Frankfurt. When I was there in 84 and 85, in 85, they started doing archaeological digs around an area that's known as Romer plots. And this was original where the original Roman center of the city was at, down by the river. And there was all kinds of shit under there, man, buildings and tunnels and shit like that. You could look over where they'd been excavating. There was a whole fucking layer of shit down there. And it was like, holy cow, man, how long has this been here? You know, maybe not very long. We don't know our time.
Well,
but
I was going to say, like, I mean, I've been kind of skeptical with this too, a little bit. Because, like, I look at modern buildings all the time, and I see window wells with
window wells
2-3 feet of the window underneath. I've seen, like, there's this bar where it's just like this little window that's like barely above the sidewalk, but then it's still got another like couple feet.
Why would they have that?
Because materials are standardized.
Well, just basements, I guess.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying.
standardized.
The dirt coming right up into it. And like in this example here where they're showing there's entire doorways that would lead out into dirt.
Probably a root cellar that they filled in at some point.
On the front street of a city.
Well, who knows what it was like when people used root cellars.
They weren't using root cellars in these buildings. I
mean, this one could just been a flood from like 1890 or something, a major flood.
That's what I'm saying. That's what. Listen, there was. I think that there was either a huge cataclysm or a series of cataclysms. And if you got to look at all the dots, you have to look at all the dots. We have all this stuff, and then on top of it, we got to look at like these World Fairs, and this almost like a repopulation.
Okay, I'm on board with those. Yeah, the World Fair shit's weird.
All right, so and there's also like this repopulation effort that seemed to have taken place, where we had these orphan trains all over the world, all over the place, taking orphans to different places, to workhouses, adopting them out on farms, all kinds of shit.
It's weird, man. All that orphan stuff.
Yeah.
There are so many orphans everywhere.
In the incubator babies at the World Fair.
Yeah. It almost seems like they were like the first generation of, I don't know. It's weird, man. There's so many mysteries with history. It
Pioneers got to eat something.
You know, something
the Rockefellers built the trains.
Like, there's something about whenever I watch like old I like to watch those old shows that we were talking about, 1930s and 40s, black and white stuff.
Yeah,
man, the culture back then was so different. And like, even when they were having fun, they were still being corny. It was like the most strictest thing, and it got me thinking that maybe a lot of the people were brought up in orphanages, and maybe those orphanages were a lot more militant than we realize. Then the story is told that they just ate oatmeal every day, mush, right? You ate mush and you had ragged clothes and you sang and swept chimneys. But I think it was a lot more militant than that. And that's why a lot of these people came out so stiff and rigid. Man, the graphic record shows a stiff and rigid culture.
We learned anything from Kamloops.
Yeah. It was almost like they were learning how to have a culture.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that there was something that took place. I really do. there's really a lot of evidence, even here in my area, in the town of Blu-ray. There's some old pre-1840s era buildings that they definitely mud flooded. Definitely mud flooded. Nobody builds on a fucking hill like that. You know, I mean, it's just like nobody does that. They would at least flatten it out or something. They're not just going to go with the contour, you know, and I'm talking about where this end of the building's up here and the other end of the building's way down here.
People build things like that all the time.
Yeah.
Well,
Not
some of the like state buildings I've seen in old schools, to me, the material, the blocks to me seem manageable for men to move them. I've seen bricks that size like today that people put together, and to me, like those buildings, people would probably consider mud flood buildings, but to me, it seems like they're easy. They could have been built. Like there's plausibility behind them being built. At least the ones around here.
The biggest problems I have with it, like for instance, Salt Lake City's one big one for me. Okay. You had 500 Mormons that consisted of men, women, children, and the elderly. Okay. And they got to this place and they settled this Salt Lake City.
With no coffee.
And within just a couple of, and within a very short period of time, they'd already quarried, carved, and constructed a tabernacle and several other buildings. I mean, like an entire city. Now, how many of those 500 people were of that kind of work or had that kind of craftsmanship and skill? You had to have people that quarried it. Another thing that you have we see a problem with is how did they get this shit there? They didn't harden the roads, and they've got these little narrow-wheeled buggies that they're hauling everything on. I don't see a bunch of ruts. They would have at least hardened the road or at least put planks down to keep it from being a big muddy mess.
You're talking about those photographs. I think I've seen photographs where there's like a kick-ass building and then the street right in front of it isn't paved.
Yeah. Well, even what they say are some construction photos, which look more to me like renovation than they do actual from the ground up construction. They look more like perhaps it was Freemasonry that was found dead and repurposed.
Well, how about? I'm sorry.
So you got that's another big problem with me. Another one that I've been seeing a lot of shit on is these early photographs taken at around noon or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You can tell by the shadows of San Francisco, Moscow, other big major cities, and there's no fucking people anywhere in sight.
Yeah.
Where are they at?
Church, probably.
You know, and you're like noontime, 1 o'clock in a city like this should be bustling, right? There's nothing, no activity, not from an exposure. There's no blurs. I mean, it's crazy how these pictures have turned out. I also have to point to the number of skeletons in places like the catacombs underneath Paris, France. They all seem to be at the same rate they all died apparently around the same time. They're all adults. Where the hell did they come from? How did you get all these bones and make these catacombs with all this intricate artwork made out of human skulls and bones and shit?
What you're saying? Well, the catacombs don't necessarily correspond to the date of the bones.
Well, you can tell by a rate of decay on a bone,
right? But I mean, I assume
and if they're all at they're all at the same rate of decay.
I think Thrash was going to say something.
Go ahead, Thrash.
I just wanted to bring up a point on maybe the roads and stuff. Like, I mean, in that time, they're hauling out all kinds of gold ore and silver ore and all kinds of heavy materials, and they always seem to make it back to the cities and stuff. And these mines happened. I mean, they're able to bust deep into mountains and tunneling systems, 500-800 feet way down into a mountain.
Bust deep into them.
Yeah.
No, they do. I mean, I know where you're coming from with that, but we also have to take all these numbers, all the logistics into account. Okay. Remember, we had 500 bodies, 500 people. This is comprised of old people, men, women, and children. And in less than 50 years, they built an entire city, plus this tabernacle with the stone carved, quarried. Now, this means that they would have had to have, how many civil engineers did they have with them? How many architects did they have with them? How many stone masons did they have with them?
Where did they stay?
Right.
Oh.
You know, these are the little details that you got to look at. You know, it's like when I was looking into some of the claims of events that may or may not have taken place in Europe during the 1939 to 1945. I started running the logistics of one of these so-called camps. And once you start running the logistics, you start running into all sorts of problems and discrepancies. Just the manpower alone is staggering what would be required. And so this is how, when you start looking into the details, then what do they always say, Joe? The devil's in the details, right?
Well, let's talk about the logistics of what it would take to, like on the state buildings and stuff, where you're saying one level and one entrance is on a different level than the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine the dirt work to make the ground level in a place that has hills with a big building like that?
Would it be as much? It wouldn't be much more work than it would be to try to make a level object on an unlevel platform.
It would be a ton more.
You know,
well, the building's not.
Why build a door and then bury it? Why build a window and then bury it? Why build another whole floor beneath that and bury it completely and then seal it off from the floor above it? Makes absolutely no sense. That's why I say that I think it was free masonry that was found dead and repurposed. We always see these cornerstones on these buildings that say founded 1880, founded 1875, founded 1890. What do you mean founded? Found dead?
Jeez, man.
Founded?
That's powerful, man. That's powerful. Right.
You know, maybe that's the secret to Freemasonry.
It's a trip.
I don't know, man. It's just, you know, you gotta, nothing, like I've said, man, nothing's off the fucking table.
Yeah. I've noticed that about you. I take things off the table sometimes. And
no, I mean, the thing is once you realize that, oh my God, anything is possible. You know, the possibility, and you got to look at, there's accounts in history that are phenomenal that people pay very little attention to. I think it was in 1611, there was just like continuous fucking meteor showers for like a week.
Wow.
People reporting 2 suns in the sky. And this all around the late 1500s, early 1600s, all this crazy shit. And then even in 1812, the comet of they called it Napoleon's comet. And that was going on the whole point when we had the Napoleon Wars going on. We had the War of 1812, almost a systematic destruction of the old world at that point going on. So I don't know. We can only go. We know that the official stories ain't worth a shit.
Agree.
That's for sure.
I'm not convinced about the mud flood, but I am totally with you with old buildings. And like, I think that was a big feature of World War II, was getting rid of Europe's old buildings.
Well, and there's another World War I. Absolutely. Take a look at that. Okay. The amount, what do we always associate with World War I?
Trench warfare, right? Wasn't one trench
mud.
warfare and 2 was bombing?
Exorbitant amounts
Weaponry.
of mud.
Oh yeah.
Why? Because it rained all the time? No. It was because of the relentless use of artillery shells causing liquefaction of the ground. Liquefaction. Have you ever worked with concrete?
Yep.
And it starts to set up, and you take that little motor thing that's got a vibrator on it, you put that up there,
Yep.
and the shit liquefies right back out. The same phenomenon takes place when there's earthquakes. The ground will start mushing up because of the tremors. It'll start mushing up like mud. Shit'll start sinking into it.
You're saying that the tremors turn it to mud?
Yes. Yep.
Vibrations again.
Yes. Resonance and frequency, man. Let me see if I can find something on that real quick. Might be something on here. Finding a lot of stuff on.
Have you seen those like megalithic stones that are like supposedly in Montana and stuff?
Yeah, Ohio too.
Yeah, I guess in like the Montana forest, there's like huge ones, like
This
ones
is
you would see
Pakistan.
like in Europe or something.
Okay, so here's from an earthquake in Pakistan. The liquefaction did this.
This is Pakistan, and this is how the mud flood happened. It's called liquefaction, and when loosely packed, waterlogged sediments at or near the ground surface lose their strength in response to strong ground shaking. Liquefaction occurring beneath buildings and structures causes major damage during earthquakes. Soil liquefaction has been known to cause damage to buildings, bridges, dams, highways, pipelines, and other critical elements of infrastructure. Most liquefaction damage is associated with ground failure, i.e., permanent lateral and vertical deformations. If you think HARP isn't dangerous, take a good look. Question everything, my friends. This is Pakistan, and this is how the mud flood.
That's why a lot of those streets, I think, always look like they were dug back out around these buildings, like they dug the street or tried to dig the streets back out, but it could only get down so far. You know, it's like, fuck it, I'm not going another 10 feet. Well, this is good enough. We'll just make a door here.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
In Pueblo, Colorado, they got in their downtown area, they had like a crazy flood, I think like in 1920. And they have a whole buildings are like underground there from that flood in 1920.
Wow.
it's amazing. It's amazing what it'll do. I've seen other footage too. I'm seeing if I can.
It's crazy. It's not something to be taken lightly. If this human race carries on evil the way it is, the way a lot of it is, I mean, a flood, man, will wipe us out. I don't even want to say it.
God already promised.
Yeah, when that flood happened, they actually gave it was during the Prohibition, and the town got a basically a free pass to have alcohol at the time because of the floods.
Mm-hmm.
Because there were so many people working, digging out all the sand and mud and everything.
Oh,
that
wow.
everybody was required to work, and you had to work all day long.
And Paul, the trenches were fucking muddied really bad and required constant maintenance. We didn't say it turned everything to total mud, did we? No. We said that there was a lot of this mud, and a lot of this mud was the result of relentless artillery. I think you just like to argue about shit.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I do. I mean, there's people like that. I was on Honest Composers.
Hey, he's here every week.
I was watching his show. Yeah, I was watching his show, and he and there was another character that was on there that this guy was going to argue about every fucking thing in the world. And it just became so apparent that that's it. They just want to be contrary and argue. There's people that are addicted to that thing.
Yeah. Man, going back to the history.
What?
Mystery.
Hold on. Wait, listen to this dumb shit. Do you all remember the light bulb at one time did not exist and electricity did not exist? Yes, electricity always has existed. Okay.
Yeah.
Electricity has always existed.
Yeah.
We have like
Gotcha.
lightning and, let's see. No, I know that they dug the trenches, M-Ball. I didn't say that those were caused by artillery either. We all know about that. Here, if you want to impress me, tell me what the fuck that whole thing was really over. Tell me exactly. If anybody can give me the one real answer what World War I was actually over. And yes, we know Archduke Ferdinand was shot. We all know
alliances.
Big fucking deal.
No.
Abraham Lincoln was shot too, and it didn't start a war. So JFK was shot and it didn't start a war. No, we may have had a way different energy system than we have right now, M-Ball. In fact, I believe that the power companies are taking advantage of that free energy and charging you to give it to you.
Here in
Why
Kansas,
wouldn't they?
They're trying to raise the electricity rate 4% in urban areas and 24% in rural areas.
Tell me what Ukraine is all about. Ukraine is about one of the dirtiest little fucking purses for the criminal cabal that there ever was. What a hotbed of seedy, slimy, crooked, corrupt, and dishonest shit Ukraine actually is. Okay.
Now, I heard somebody say, actually, it was Judge Joe Brown. He said that it's because Biden. You remember the time when Biden was caught talking about getting the prosecutor fired or something?
Oh yeah. I'll have that out of here.
So what he was saying is that we're in some sort of a treaty where if somebody's charged with X, then we hand them over, and vice versa. Like basically extradition. Exchange. Yeah. And Biden's been charged. And so the minute that, I don't know, the war ends or he ceases to be president or something, I'm retelling it poorly, but basically he's got qualified immunity now. But at the minute that goes away, they have to hand him over.
I don't know, man.
Judge Joe Brown knows.
Judge Joe Brown.
Going back to that history mystery.
Yeah.
It's just it really blows my mind because I want to know. Like I want to know like what happened when. And sometimes I look at these pictures of like like knights in shining armor. And things like that. And those things look made up to me.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, and so do Vikings. And so do a bunch of things from the Middle Ages.
Stop it with the Vikings. Vikings are sweet. You people are already fucking up dinosaurs for me.
All right. All right. Get me a Viking broad. Yeah, a lot of that stuff looks totally made up. And you look at the photographic record, and a lot of those photos look like fake bullshit up until like around 1940s. I start to see pictures of like, okay, that looks familiar. That looks like a real life dude. It's so mysterious. Like a lot of those old photos from before the 1940s, a lot of them look like fake or like acted out, staged. I don't know.
Well, it's a lot of the things we see look staged. They really do. Like I see a lot of old photos that look staged. Like a lot of those Civil War photos are kind of fucked up. Really, I mean, it's just like, come on, man. And like you're saying, a lot of those things, you know, it's like, who in the hell's going to wear this shit? You know, that's going to really slow you down or whatever. Or maybe those suits were like a Faraday's suit. Maybe they worked like a Faraday's cage. Maybe they were actually using electrical weaponry, you know, and that was protection against their, I don't know.
M-ball, I already tried that argument. You're not going to get anywhere.
Who tried it?
I did.
Why? Who'd you try it with?
Oh, with you. About root storage, root cellars. And, yeah. I'm telling him to save his typing. Use your finger
about this,
muscles.
about underground is a cooler place. Yeah, we know people have made cellars and shit like that. Yeah, absolutely. And you always want to include a nice full-size window buried almost to the top for the potatoes and shit so that they can, you know, see, I guess. Anyway, I'm going to wind this up. It's been real. It's been nice. I'm going to go around one time, give everybody a last word. Thrash, what do you got for us?
Bye. Good night.
All right. Well, that works. How about you, Flow State?
I'm going to piggyback off that one. He said bye, so I'll take good night.
There we go.
Joe, what do you got for us, buddy?
I'm just going to plug my channel one more time, and I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Any of you, rest of you, go ahead and do that as well. Flow State, you should be able to do that.
I'll give her a drop. Yep.
Well, thanks for having me, Dave. Take it easy, man.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Right. Thrash, Flow, take it easy.
And you.
Jehovah's daughter says that. Barbara says that she's just getting started.
Yeah, I am kind of working on a Mandela effect series, but I'm sure I'll be on again before I'm done with it. So,
all right, good.
Yeah,
looking forward to it.
All right, bye. Thank you.
Later, guys. Thanks for having me on again.
And as we always say, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see a doctor and get rid of his ass because he'll probably kill you. So good night.